not because we forget, but somehow it has not become a matter of practice that we provision for these kinds of fibers or inside building solutions. And to top it all, while TV providers or the Bijli providers or the Pani providers are allowed and there is no charge from them, interestingly, the RWAs or the housing builders, they start charging money if a network wants to come in. And they start, treating this as a rent seeking thing, saying that, okay, give me so much of money. Now, why should you should also understand that if somebody is playing a solution and that solution is going to affect only 100 people, and that the mobile fellow cannot really charge exorbitantly from them, and if he pays, let's say 10,000 rupees to even 10,000 rupees per month to the society, which means he is paying out 100 rupees per person to the society fellow. And where will he get it from? The ARPU, as they say, the average revenue per user per month is of the order of 120, 130 rupees. So if the TSP gives 100 rupees as a matter of rent or a matter of the privilege, for the privilege of getting inside the building, he will be left with only 20 rupees. So therefore, it's a very perverse, sort of practice which has developed. We will have to stop it. We have, from our end, stopped it by saying that no telecom service provider will be able to enter into an exclusive agreement with any RWA or any society, which basically, for this part, so that other will also be coming in. The whole idea is that this should be like a duct. This should be like a common infrastructure where everybody should be able to just plug in. Suppose there were 4 Bijli suppliers, we will just be able to just plug in all the 4 connections, and then each one will be charged, and same pipe will be, same transmission line inside the building will be used to provide electricity to everybody. So this is the model which needs to be developed. Now this model obviously will require change in the building code. This will require change in the approach of the RERAs, change in the approach of the RWAs, change in the approach of the builders. And ultimately, it is not a bad thing, because ultimately a USP of a builder could be that my building is completely ready for all mobile networks and is also Wi-Fi ready. So I think we need to focus today, and I'm sure under Mr. Mishra's leadership, we should be able to come out with certain kind of recommendations, certain thought process, which will help in actually improving the in-building connectivity, because India of tomorrow is going to be highly urbanized. India of tomorrow is going to have multi-storied building complexes, etc. And therefore, even the offices are going to become like that. Therefore, we need some mechanism which is not dependent on some TSP to sort of lay out line, and every TSP starts putting out lines and RWH start charging. That is, I think, that thing should not be there, because you can't expect that in one society only providers of only sort of mobile fellows of one TSP exist. There will always be multiple TSPs, mobile fellows, and every TSP has to get into that society. So I think that is the broad theme and topic of it. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for allowing me to speak first, and I will now request you, let me have the privilege of requesting you to provide your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chairman, sir. All distinguished speakers and the participants, a very, very good morning to everybody. I share that alma mater from the chairman. He had been my senior at IIT Kanpur, so I can take that privilege, sir. To invite you to speak first. Otherwise, it is against the protocol. I shouldn't have asked for that. So I took that privilege because of my I've been your younger brother at IIT, and so continue to be there. So thanks a lot. Let me thank TRI for taking this initiative, very, very important initiative, to discuss the subject of improving connectivity inside the buildings. Couldn't have been a better time than this COVID pandemic, when the penetration of IT and the communication system has been the highest. This kind of the last 6 months. One of the major gains of this pandemic has been the penetration of IT and communication systems in our lives. I mean, earlier we have all been saying that the IT has to play a very, very important role. E-governance, e-education, smart city, all these things were there, but that kind of realization that the differences can make to the life, the quality of life, that was not there. So this kind of a conference, I mean, normally it should have happened in one of our conference halls of a Gyan Bhavan or maybe one of the hotels. And now we are meeting over this screen as if we are talking to each other, sitting next to each other. So this has been possible only through the penetration of IT and the communication system. Not that in the last 6 months there have been a huge change. No, it was all there. I mean, all that efforts in the last 6 years. I mean, the way the Honorable Prime Minister called for the digital India and the way it has been moved by the MIT and the Telecom Ministry, people did not know it is creating revolution. And that end of the revolution, I mean, now this pandemic, during this period, the last 6 months, people have realized that how important it is. So you mentioned about e-commerce. E-commerce, the use of e-commerce was not so much there. The facility was there, but it was not so much there as it has come in the last 6 months. It has become very, very essential part of our life, as if it is like our water, electricity, sewer, sanitation, all other essential services. So we must take it as a reality. And it is going to come in a big way. I mean, sir, from 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, and now we are moving toward the 5G. Once this 5G comes, it is going to be completely different experience altogether. But when you move from one head to another head, it also brings so much of other challenges. How to make sure that we get the best out of it. You can have something, an excellent system could be there, but the system is not going to deliver unless and until it has been given that kind of a clear environment. I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, now whether it is your house, you want to be connected from each and every room to see a movie, to see to converse, to get connected on road, to work from home, to do everything from your own in your own house, or you want to be connected in an office. I mean, some of the challenges we face in our own office, in this own environment. I mean, sometimes the connectivity is a major challenge. I mean, I have complained many times. What is that we can do so that we are totally connected? So that's like it has become a requirement. And how to address that requirement? That's the challenge, sir. We tried to address this in 2016 through one model building bylaws. You are aware we are in a federal system where the government of India and the state government, the roles and responsibilities are clearly delineated through the constitutional arrangement. So there it is the responsibility of the state government, all that urban development. So we create a model building bylaws, we create model guidelines, and we request through certain measures. I mean, we have got certain levers, use those levers to make sure that the states follow those things. So we got the model building bylaws issued in 2016, and our chapter 6.1.9 was addressing this issue. At that time, we had a lot of discussion with the telecom department. We had the unified building bylaw. The situation for Delhi is very different. I mean, Delhi, as far as land is concerned, land and police, they are in the realm of the central government and not the state government. So there, we have notified our unified building bylaws, and there our chapter 9.2.5 that is totally devoted to this. And at that time, there have been a lot of communication, a lot of discussion on this, and we did this, and we also on way from 2016 now, in between also we have made some amendments just to address certain issues. But here is an opportunity today. We have got the experts sitting here, and they know what is going to come up. How? I mean, one thing is, I mean, I take this, sir. It is going to be as much essential as our water. When you provide drinking water to everybody, so you have to provide this IT connectivity to everybody, and it has to be inclusive. Let it be very clear. I mean, it is not in the domain of the rich or those who are privileged. It has to be everybody. I mean, even if you go to the slums, you go to the such colonies which are not regularly developed colonies, unregular colonies or irregular colonies or many other names which are prevalent in different parts of the country, they also have the same need, same kind of requirement. They may be sitting there and working for one of the companies where work from home, and the children have to be educated, they have to get educated from home. And such practices, COVID or no COVID, sir, I mean post-COVID, we are going to experience that IT will have much more important role in our lives. So in that case, we have to address this in two ways. One is the brownfield. What is that we need to do for the areas which are already existing? There is need for, we have to, the experts who are sitting here, they need to address whatever is there in the National Building Code. National Building Code, one chapter 8 is fully devoted to chapter 8, that section 6 is fully devoted to this subject. How that chapter, National Building Code, that becomes a basic building block for all building bylaws. So what is that needs to be done so that it can addresses the brownfield requirement. What is the kind of advisory my ministry should issue so that this requirement is addressed in all areas, whether it is industry, commercial, educational, residential. What is that can be done? And the second is the greenfield, because India today, the urban area today, our population is around 40 crores. It's projected to be the UN report. By 2051, our census, we will be something around 87 crores, more than develop it in just less than 30 years. In 3 decades, we are going to develop in the urban areas. We are going to be majorly urban population, and in that case, there is going to be huge construction. We construct almost like bigger than Chicago every year. The total area of Chicago almost like 90 crores square meters of construction is being done every year. So when this large construction, this scale of construction is being done, what is that needs to be done so that we don't have to do any kind of retrofitting? We can prescribe that, we can mandate that, because anybody who comes to take building permission, that building permission he needs to take in such a way that he doesn't have to do any toll for later, any kind of retrofitting later. If a fiber line has to be laid, what is that? Because requirement is every nook and corner. What is that? And that will also reduce the cost. Once this is done at that scale, it is going to reduce cost immensely. So this kind of a prescription for the greenfield building is very much essential, sir. I think, I'm not expert on this, though I have that IIT background and electronics engineer. But after passing out from IIT, I have mostly been in the administration. So I have that background, but the latest developments, the experts sitting here, they will know. But I'm totally with them. Let me assure you, sir. As far as my ministry is concerned, we are very proactive. The call of Honorable Prime Minister is ease of living. When he makes ease of living, or when he says the new India, or when he says a developed India, what he means is this: that ultimately the people have to be provided that kind of a condition, so which is conducive for making sure that they realize that there's potential, and their potential cannot be realized unless they are fully supported by IT in today's world. Whether whatever field you may be, IT is must. As much as we breathe air, we drink water, we require sanitation for health, we require various things, so do we require IT. And that's why the cost definitely needs to come down. It has to become affordable. It has to become, like other services. It should be so free flowing. It's it's not hard for it. It should be available right away. It should be available. People will, at time will come when people will start asking for you as a right. Like if people ask for water as a right, they will ask IT as a right. So we should realize the wind in the air, sir. We should realize what is going to come, and the experts who are sitting here, and they are going to deliberate for the whole day. Deliberate for the whole day. My request, my urge from this expert group will be, as you said, sir, they can create monologue, they will create a document to which things can come. But also, what is that which is needed right away? Some changes in the guidelines, some kind of advisories, which we can, because right now I am in the process of structuring certain programs for future. We can make as a part of the reform, because this can be a reform incentive. Once I make that as a part of the reform, it will help me because my ministry will keep on reviewing this. It will be incentivized. So those who are adhering to that, that will be incentivized. Like we have incentivized various things related to the construction. And that has helped. So when we are making some programs like Jal Jeevan Mission or Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 reform agenda, one of the reform agenda could be the IT penetration in every nook and corner of the country. And the good thing is that we are now working on, earlier we had gone for 100 cities or 500 cities. Now we are going for, like the Prime Minister's vision is all cities. So once you do it for all cities, small cities or big cities, they are all going to be part of it, sir. I mean, now, latest address to the nation, Honorable Prime Minister put on the 15th August this year, he said that our telecom communication, I mean, this has to reach out to 6 lakh villages. I mean, that's a huge tall order. I mean, when we talk of taking it down to the 6 lakh villages, every nook and corner of the urban area, because there is a huge concentration and there is a large scale economic activities, and every economic activity is directly linked to this availability of IT. This is very, very important, sir. So, first, let me thank you. My team, ECPO, and others, they are already available in the conference. I hope the discussion today is going to be very useful, and I am looking forward to your specific suggestions. I mean, let you not just make a broad suggestion, but specific suggestions, something which I can implement, something which I can make as a part of the reform agenda. I can add it to one of the programs of the ministry, and once that is met, I mean, sir, you will understand better than me. You have a longer years of experience working in the government. Once that become part of our reform, then definitely it will be developed automatically. I mean, things will move in that direction. One for the brownfield and two for the greenfield. So I stop it here, sir. I wish all the very best to all those who are here, and I assure you full cooperation from my ministry, because what we are working for is for us, for the Indians. Because I mean, buildings means most of the time we are inside the building. I think almost 80% of the time we are inside the building. So all the communication will happen from building to building or building to outside. So making buildings fully Wi-Fi or fully IT enabled is most essential, and that's the task. I think that's my understanding. That today's group is going to do for the day. All the very best, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mishra. Let me have the pleasure of just adding a few words to what you just now said. First of all, my compliments to you, because I think the comprehensive nature of your coverage of the subject actually is very, very impressive, and I think you're the leader who shows the way. So I think your leadership will definitely make it a part of the reform agenda. It is also true that our Honorable Prime Minister has been very, very focused on the digital India and connectivity and all aspects of it, and he's so much focused on the reform agenda, and I think we are all working under his sort of overall guidance and leadership, and I'm sure we will be able to put together a very, very comprehensive and actionable agenda item, as you rightly expect from this conference. Two more issues, small issues. One is that, on your issue of the smart city and the connectivity infrastructure therein, I think TRAI is working on a white paper which will be bringing out very shortly, where we will outline the connectivity. How should the connectivity should become a plug and play, sort of artifact, rather than a separate kind of connectivity layer, rather than vertical integration of individual application wise, because that makes vendor lock-in and that makes all other kinds of problems. So therefore, that's something which, for a thought we are working on as a thinking organization. We thought let's actually give some input, and I'm sure largely that input will be usually the most important thing that can you can you make it your mute? Mute. So yeah, so basically, I think the other issue which I just wanted to flag to all the experts here, not specifically to Mr. Mishra, is that when we talk of in-building connectivity and in-building solutions, we are not only talking of a voice and data stuff. We are talking of from a futuristic angle, as Mr. Mishra pointed out, the 5G coming, from a future angle of Internet of Things. When Internet of Things comes, then this will become a very good platform for providing solutions to, for example, automating your house, automating your fridge, automating your everything, lights, etc., which will result into huge savings. Therefore, this connectivity in building solutions should not be looked into just merely a voice kind of e-solutions or a data thing. They should be looked into a larger perspective of what is going to come as a technology 5G, and how it is going to transform the households, how is it going to transform the places, how it is going to transform the security scenario inside a complex. So the 5G will provide all these solutions which are real time solutions, machine to machine communication solutions, internet of things solutions, very low latency solutions. So I think this is the way in which we should look at this whole paradigm. So I stop here and then let Mr. Vajpayee take over. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to both the speakers for identifying the stumbling blocks in delivering a good quality network. And thanks to Mr. Mishra for indicating the way forward in solving the problems and for his promise of help. In the time of the pandemic, apart from the robustness and capability of our health services, perhaps nothing has been tested more severely than telecommunications. As Mr. Mishra emphasized, it is as essential as drinking water, and we need to provide it everywhere to all citizens. So we have a long day ahead of us, and the first session with experts was to start at 10:30. We are already a few minutes late. So if all panel members would permit, let me start the first session and invite our speakers on stage. And this would take a few minutes, less than a minute of a break when other speakers come on the stage here. So let me just thank all the panel members over here. Thank you very much. So welcome to the first session, where we have three experts. This session is on understanding the framework for good quality of service, how we have been driving things. We have with us Mr. Mittal, Mr. A.K. Mittal, who is the first speaker, is advisor at TDSI, and we have Mr. Sanjay Pant, head of the civil engineering at PIS New Delhi, and Mr. Ninad Desai, who's a consultant and who was involved in the creation of the NBC 2016 earlier. Mr. Mittal, of course, led that panel, and he's the one we would request to speak first. Let me introduce the speakers as invite them to take stage. First, Mr. A.K. Mittal. He did his graduation in electronics and communications in 1976 from IIT Roorkee. He holds a diploma in management as a career of over 44 years in the field of telecommunications. He started his career in R&D at Indian Telephone Industries Limited in 1976. Later, he joined the Department of Telecom, Government of India. He has worked in a variety of domains like satellite communication, OFC, microwave, mobile networks, switching systems, network management, licensing, regulation, standards, testing and certification. And he has headed the Telecom Engineering Center, the technology arm of the Department of Telecommunications. He was the director on the board of Tata Communications from 2011 to 2015 and a member of the first TSDSI Governing Council from 2014 to 15. He has represented the Government of India in various bilateral and multilateral international meetings, including standards related. Currently, he is associated with TSDSI as advisor with focus on standardization in wireless and wireline systems and handles standards related activities of TSDSI in 3GPP and ITUR. As you can see, he's eminently qualified to speak on this subject, and it's my pleasure to invite Sri Mittal to make his presentation now. Thank you, Mr. Mittal.
Thank you, Mr. Vajpayee, for the kind words, and thank you, TRAI and MOUHA, for this opportunity to speak on this distinguished panel.
Just 1 second, Mr. Mittal. There are several microphones on. Can I please request Nina? Can you please switch off? If you are not on a headset, please, it's better to keep the microphone switched off. It's not there. He's lost connection, I think. Okay, please carry on.
Yeah. So, good morning all, and thank you very much, TRI and MOUHA, who have invited me for speaking on this distinguished panel. So I will right away start with my presentation. I will just share, give me a moment.
We have actually 250 people participating in this. This is a very large number.
Yes, sir, and more on live streaming at YouTube and Facebook and all that. We are also live streaming it. So not only the ones who are directly connected to ABI, but others.
Wonderful, wonderful. That is the advantage of participating in a web manner, because numbers are not limited or restricted by any physical infrastructure.
That's right, sir. Mr. Mittal, your screen has gone off.
It will just happen. Yeah. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes.
You can maximize it for presentation, then it will be.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Thank you.
So is it okay now? Yeah. So this presentation is about the code, and I will just give a brief background. And certain things may be in duplicate because Mr. Mishra, MOUHA, has very succinctly described the requirements. But for the sake of convenience to all people, I have just give some specific things about telecommunications. So as we all know, telecom is playing a vital role in modern society, and it's become a very essential part of our day-to-day. As we know that when we make buildings, provide for utilities like water line, gas pipeline, lines, and also like sewerage connectivity and all those things. But till now, mostly remember that they have to provide some kind of and conduits for carrying connectivity in the buildings or telecom systems. It may not be as big a problem as for a small or independent house or a small floor area. As the areas grow, as the building grows, the issue becomes more and more complicated and requires special attention. So there have been quick fix solutions. There have been some standardized solutions at like hotels. If you go, they have a much better arrangement of telecom connectivity. And as we know, telecom connectivity can be delivered through cables. Like we used to have old telephone service. Cable used to come to our house with a pair, or a wire used to come to our house. Then we have now optical fiber coming into our houses. Then we have fixed wireless telephones or fixed wireless services, mobile wireless services, and in the near future, Wi-Fi. Like Wi-Fi, it is a light Fi. That means you will have communication, Wi-Fi like communication on light, on your LED bulbs which are in your house. You can communicate through that at much higher speed than Wi-Fi can offer. So, and when we talk of these technologies, wireline and wireless, cables and light, each of them has places own requirements on the infrastructure in building space, kind of power supply, how to give extensions inside the building, how to carry that connectivity into working areas, and if there are multiple dwelling units or like gated societies or a building complex consisting of number of buildings, how do we connect and how do we provide services? So, for example, for wireline services or broadband cable television, the cables will come. They are cable-based services, so cables will come. They will come on the floor through the underground cables and the bottoms of the buildings. And when we're talking of wireless technology, it will enter through wireless, and if there's a distribution of wireless service inside the building, after wireless, if it is a cable-based system, so it enters from the top. So we need infrastructure which gets signals from the bottom of the building and also from top of the building, and then systems, how do we integrate all those services into a infrastructure. I'm not talking of technical integration of services, I'm talking of how to create an infrastructure which can integrate all of these which are coming wireless or wireline. And overriding over this is that it is not a case of a single service provider, it is a multiple service providers who are in place, whether you talk of DTH systems or you talk of wireless mobile services or wireline services. So there's a quagmire, so many operators, so many types of services, and how to carry all those services, and each user in a building can have a different requirement. So a user in a building can have requirements of different kind of service, and you can choose which operator and which technology they actually want. The infrastructure which we create in the buildings has to take care of how do we meet the requirements of different users, and that is more so when it is a building complex, whether residential complexes or whether commercial complexes. So we have a variety of requirements and all of them have to be met. Then building management systems. Buildings are becoming smart gradually, and there is a building management system which requires a lot of telecom infrastructure to be created, whether wireless or wireline, and supported by machine-to-machine communication technologies or IoT to connect the sensors to appropriate communication system and a service layer which provides all the services and the management through building management services like entry of visitors inside, entry of vehicles inside, opening of gates, switching off lights, minimizing, optimizing power control, or so many things which are applications are there inside the buildings. So, so this implies that we need to understand how the telecom technologies actually out into for the users, and then in a given building how to create infrastructure for telecom services. And then comes the in-building solutions, distributed antenna systems, Wi-Fi, and now with technologies like 4G and 5G, small cells, which are kind of in-building solutions but have different characteristics. And we need backhaul microwave links or backhaul fiber links to carry the signals to the main operator's base station or whatever central system it is there. So all that has to be thought. So not only the technological input is required, what we are catering for, but also that how to create for that. So for builders or for a person, different kind of infrastructure can be given a place inside the building plan. And then it is for the users and the service providers, how do they use it? But it should be a common infrastructure. So depending on the size of building, we need to provide different kind of spaces, different kind of capacities of spaces and cables. How do we carry those signals, etc., which are to be thought of. And the cabling pathways are to be created right from the entrance of the building, and and to connect different buildings, and there should be a flexibility to take care of requirements at different times. And as we already said, that users decide what kind of services they want. So, and in the coming days when technology advances, we need to be ready with the infrastructure from the beginning which takes care of the technologies in the foreseeable future. So in the year 2014, I just give a background of NBC when it was being revised. Somewhere in 2014-15, we in DOT were thinking, because we were interacting with operators and we found there are a lot of problems.
Mr. Mittal, I think your screen share has gone off.
Oh, I see. Let me see.
You may have to reshare.
Okay, I will share. Is it okay now?
Yes.
So, yes, okay, right. In the year 2014-15, in DOT, we were having a lot of feedback from the service providers that they have problems in entering complexes, and issues as also raised by Secretary MOUHA, HUA, that and also Chairman Trai, that there are problems in entering, still problems in operators entering their infrastructure into the buildings. And also it was thought that one of the major reasons for many of the owners of the buildings was that when telecom infrastructure enters the building, a lot of repairing is required, breaking and repairing for burying the cables, for installing in building systems, etc., etc. So a thought was there that how to get it included into a common system. Then we thought of NBC, and we approached BIS and Mr. Pant, and then came to know that this is being revised. NBC is being revised, so there was a decision of let us create a separate committee to work out something for the National Building Code where these issues are taken care of, infrastructure for telecom. So in the NBC 2016, a completely new chapter on ICT-enabled installations was introduced, and that committee had contributions from various stakeholders. And one of the contributors was Big C, Mr. Naina Desai was one of the contributors there. I must acknowledge their contribution. And this code covers essential requirements for IT systems, how they should be taken care of inside the building infrastructure, and regarding cables and wireless systems, and how to integrate those spaces into a single building and in a complex. So, and this connectivity can be active and passive both. So while this infrastructure in NBC2, it covers general requirements for spaces regarding installation of equipment, cable terminations, power connections. I also not mentioned so many things like earthing. Also, it covers environmental controls and ducting and all those lot of things it covers. But here I am talking in the interest of time. I have given only brief description. General guidelines for planning and creating of cable pathways are also there. Then one of the things which we also briefly mentioned earlier is that the users in a building, whether it is a multi-dwelling units building or a commercial building, users may have different requirements, and sometimes they may use a common system, IT system of the building created by the owners or the builders, and sometimes they may have a different requirement. So some systems like CCTV or building management system or smart building system, they may remain common, but some of the things they may want to use as a separate service as per their requirement. So the infrastructure which we create should take care of a mixed kind of use, and the cable ducts and conduits and other things provided should take care of that. And also, as we said earlier, also take care of that if there are multiple service providers. So user should be, as far as possible, should be able to choose which service provider it wants. So that is the ideal situation. And broadly, the elements of a ICT infrastructure, if we see, are entrance facilities from where the services enter from outside the complex or the building. Then you create equipment rooms for installation of equipment wherever required. Then we have telecom rooms. We will define what they are. Then we have telecom enclosures. And finally, work areas where the work people are actually using those services. And all this is made possible as far as the cable systems are concerned, even for backhaul to the wireless systems. There can be backbone cables is carrying the major, the consolidated wires, then horizontal cabling, which is used for distribution, and then equipment, which is to be installed at different places in the building nearer to the user. So entrance facilities are, as the name suggests, at which the outdoor cabling of the service provider enters the building or the campus, and it connects with the backbone cabling. Backbone cabling is the internal cable of the system where which further distributes the services to the users. And equipment room is environmental controlled centralized space. It may or may not require environmental control. It depends on the situation, but that should be kept in mind when it's very large complex. The common equipment which is installed by the operators as an entry point may require environmental control. So that is what is provided. And that equipment at the end, which consolidates all the communications from different users, is normally of a higher complexity. So that is why environmental control is prescribed, but it depends on the kind of use and buildings. And telecom room is something where, as we saw on the backbone cable, so as like in good old days, and that will continue as long as wires are there are cross connects, passive cross connects, where a cable terminates and then you cross connect the pairs to different directions, like different buildings. If it is, for example, 200 pair cable, so maybe 50 pairs are going to one building, another 50 to another building, like that, and some maybe spares. So you cross connect to different buildings and carry through those pairs to different cables to those buildings. So this is called telecom room, where normally you have a passive infrastructure, and sometimes if there is no equipment room required, the switches and routers, etc., optical splitters also can be placed in the same room. So there is no hard and fast thing that have a equipment room. You can have a telecom room also, depending on the kind of service and the floor area and the number of users. And telecom enclosures are per floor. They are like telecom rooms. Normally, they are per floor small areas. They can be some dedicated space, for example, in one corner, like Almirah space, and then you put Almirah there and install equipment. Or you, if it's a small building, small floor, then can be outside contained. It's a box which a router or switch or something can be installed. So telecom room and telecom enclosures can also be common depending on the structure of the building, or normally a telecom enclosure is recommended for each floor of the building depending on the size of the building. Since I repeat, I will sorry for that, telecom enclosure. And what areas are the areas where the users are actually using the telecom services? And today, if we talk of commercial spaces and offices, we have normally two types. One are fixed rooms type of, like in government, we have fixed rooms for use of services, and they remain as it is all the time. And in commercial buildings, there are spaces which can be, their configuration of sitting can be modified depending on the user requirement from time to time, or if one user leaves, another one comes. He wants a different kind of configuration of sitting space. And that has impact on how we create a telecom infrastructure for such areas. So there can be work areas where services are to be delivered. And now what we defined, we can see it by an example. If you see the top box, it's a building. So in a building, AP is the access provider, cable is coming as the entrance facility. It is terminated somewhere. It is going to a main cross connect, and then a intermediate cross connect, and then to a telecom room. In fact, this whole box can be a telecom room with entrance facility, where you have a passive cross connect at the right bottom corner, and the entire cable comes there. Entrance facility cross connect may not be required. It can come there. It depends. There are technical reasons. The operators can actually, technical people will decide how they will carry it. And then there is a intermediate cross connect for distribution to different telecom rooms in different buildings, or in the same building to different floors. And similarly, we have shown that this cable from the main cross connects you have distributed as a backbone to different buildings, and each building can have a similar structure as shown in the box 1. So this is a backbone distribution, right from the entrance facility to a cross connect to a backbone cable to a telecom room versus telecom enclosure, and WA is a work area where the connectivity plug points are provided, where you can connect. For example, LAN, you have always a connection, or if it is a For example, cable television cable is coming, you can have cable distribution points like that. Now that was a horizontal distribution. Now this example of a vertical distribution, that once the cable enters into a building as a distribution cable, so then you have a campus distributor, main distributor at the ground floor, and it goes to different floors. There's a physical cross connects, passive cross connects in the each one of the floor. They drop those cables which are required for distribution. The red ones you are showing are distributed to different rooms or work areas in a floor. And the vertical cable, black one, is a cable which is being distributing the connectivity from the backbone cable to different floors. And this is a kind of work area distribution. Then you can have, for example, plug points in the room itself, and then each plug point is going to the telecom room or telecom enclosure. Or you can have a structure where you have the work area and you consolidate from the work area there itself all the connectivity, and then carry consolidated cables. So it all depends on kind of room size, building size, requirements of workspaces that you want to have. And this is a typical example given in the NBC chapter about the different sizes of the floor area being served and what kind of telecom room size is there. I'm just giving an example. There are other details also of sizing. And so the 1,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet floor area. Some description is given. This is very generic. It is not necessary that all the things should be of the same size, vary from place to place. So now, before concluding, I must say that this was created in 2014-15, and it is generic enough to take care of a lot of services, because wireless and wireline both can be distributed through this. It also provides, for example, a criteria how the cables for in-building solutions should be run in a corridor on the cable, how the Wi-Fi access point should be installed. It's about 28 pages document, so it is not possible to bring everything here in the presentation in the interest of time. But now, since technology, new things are coming, so it is possible to add on the existing NBC chapter, add on things for taking care of the development which are coming, like Wi-Fi is coming, then 5G and 4G small cells which require high frequency, millimeter wave frequencies, small cells, and millimeter wave backhauls, and so many things. So all those we can add, and there can be a street furniture kind of thing. For example, walls of the building may be used by operators for distribution in a campus, etc., etc. So we are open. I had already talked to BIS, and we were thinking that we will invite suggestions from the stakeholders at what additions should be done to this existing chapter, so that it can be updated to take care for technologies which are coming, because buildings are planned now and technologies come later. So there are a lot of stakeholders here, municipal bodies and builders, architects, I see. So suggestions are invited. The chapter which is there in the building code, it is part 8 and section 6 under building services. It is ICT enabled installations, so you can go through that and see what additions are required, and you can send it to my email ID or to Mr. Pant. So then we will at appropriate time, then we can have a panel meeting and add on to the chapters. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. for your description of all the components that are required, and good introduction for the rest of the speakers in the day. There may be some questions, but I think we'll hold the questions for the end of the session, because you can hear other speakers who will probably answer those questions. And because we are running out of time, so we must keep it very tight already. We are already running out of time. So to be fair to all the speakers, that they get the time that was allotted to them, we'll skip the questions to the last. So now I invite Mr. Sanjay Pant for his presentation. Mr. Pant is BE Civil Engineering with honors in 1987 from the Malviya National Institute of Technology in Jaipur. He has more than 30 years of experience in diverse areas of civil engineering and buildings. He has worked in standardization, where he has published several papers in conferences, and he's an expert in things like cement, concrete, and matrix products and stuff like that. He has also contributed in the area of quality control and quality assurance, and the most important thing from our point of view that he led the revision in the he led the revision the creation of the national project on revision of the national building code in 2005 involving 26 chapters. That had to be revised, and he led that project. And of course, in 2016, they've added the latest comprehensive revision, the parts on ICT and ICT-enabled buildings, which is what is a greater focus today. He has received a number of recognitions, such as Lifetime Achievement Award from Fire and Security Association of India, and honor from the Honorable Minister for Skill Development for contribution towards plumbing skills and development in the country. So I would request Mr. Pant now to make his presentation. Mr. Pant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bajpayee. I think I'll just start with a communication that we received somewhere in 2014 from the then Secretary Department of Telecommunication to the Director General BIS, bringing out that there is a need to standardize this area of ICT, and so that this also becomes one of the standardized way of service providing in the country. And what we thought that while we were revising the National Building Code, we started in 2014. There are large number of 33 chapters, 2,250 pages of NBC 2016. We thought one of the services which has been missed so far is information and communication services, and therefore we thought ICT services should also be included as one of the chapters. Finally, it concluded with the publication of NBC 2016, and it is available as one of the sections, ICT enabled installation, and one of the sections under Part 8 Building Services. So it is the other services being on electrical and allied installation, lighting, ventilation, acoustic sound insulation, noise control, air conditioning, heating and mechanical ventilation, installation of lifts, escalator and moving walks. Now the sixth section that we have added is information communication enabled services. Also, it is now a part of this for last 4 years. It is there. It has got 24 members. There was a panel constituted under the convenership of Mr. A.K. Mittal, with the members drawn from Airports Authority of India, Association of Unified Telecom Services Providers of India, BICSI, Cellular Operators Association of India, CISF, CPWD, CMA Association of India, DOT and Gift City, Indian Buildings Congress, Internet Service Providers Association of India, MES, MITI, Ministry of Railways. Then we had the some of Sterlite Technologies, Telecom, TSDMA, Indian Institute of Architects, the Institution of Engineers, in fact, then TCPO. So the entire segment of ministries and departments and associations and technology providers, they were all associated, these 24 strong. This is a standing panel, expert panel, which still exists to provide service or improvements in the chapter that we have created. Now this chapter broadly has got 5 segments to cover it. The scope which covers the IC enabled installation, the technology systems, the cabling systems in a building, basic design and integration for telecommunication spaces within a buildings, cabling infrastructure, their pathway components, passive connectivity hardware, installation of different communication equipment, cable terminations, power connections, general guidelines for planning and providing ICT services in a building. At planning and execution, stages. It covers both greenfield as well as brownfield ones. Also is applicable at the time of upgradation of existing buildings. So for properly accommodating telecom system services. So therefore, we have enabled that time. We could foresee that it is more important for the existing buildings because large number of building stock is already in place, and then indicative provisions for buildings meant for data centers have been given. It covers it's being a constant evolving technology at a rapid pace. So the chapter has accordingly made so that is accommodative of newer developments. So while we talk about technologies for delivery, it talks about cables, wires, optical fibers, fixed wireless, mobile wireless, and then different requirements for building spaces, and then power supply, and then internal extensions to various works areas, dwelling in the dwelling units. Then through underground cables and distribution services and wireless technologies through antenna and terraces. So it covers some of the modern technologies, distributed antenna systems, Wi-Fi, and other building solutions. It also covers enabling infrastructure in terms of cable riser systems, conduits, cable trays, and the like. It gives provisions, compliable provisions for equipment at entry point of service for running of cables through shafts, then horizontal conduits inside walls, center of corridors, and the center of workspaces. Then uh, this is one part because this input has already come through the intervention of the experts like Mr. A.K. Mittal being the convener of this expert panel, and Mr. Ninam Desai, who provided substantive inputs in the drafting. So the people from DOT, including Mr. V.K. Hirna and Mr. Saurabh Chaturvedi, and some of their Mr. Chawla, they were also associated. So this is what best we could bring out with the association of all of them. And now my suggestion would be that we have gone through the various state building bylaws also, because as you know, under entry 35 of the schedule 7 of the constitution, construction is a state subject. So these are regulated through the state town and country planning act and building bylaws. And there is 74th constitutional amendment where the all urban local bodies are entrusted with the responsibility of regulating through their local building regulatory documents. Now, these regulatory building documents need to be affected through building services reference to the NBC. Fortunately, NBC finds a copious reference in all the local building bylaws in the country, but it is in a generic sense in many cases, particularly in services. Because the local building bylaws cannot contain such a detailed treatment to everything. So normally through cross reference to part 8 of National Building Code, the local building bylaws try to capture the implementation aspects of NBC. That way, in many building bylaws, by mere reference to Part 8 of NBC, it has been complied with. But it will be a better idea to bring a focused attention of the building bylaws, because it is an important area, so that we do not miss in the newer buildings which are coming, and for upgradation of the existing building, that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs or other bodies like TRI can issue directives to the states that how their local building bylaws should, with a brief introduction on what has to be improved upon, and giving reference to the provisions of NBC 2016 Part 8 Section 6. In one single go, the local building bylaws can be amended, and this becomes a mandatory part of the law. So that all the buildings, including public buildings and the public housing, they are brought under the ambit of regulation of the provisions of Part 8 Section 6 of NBC. Once that is done, this chapter and standardization itself is dynamic in nature, and therefore any improvement which we bring becomes the automatic improvement in the local building bylaws also, and then we can keep on upgrading based on the need the chapter itself. That is what I would like to submit in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pant. Very important point you made that how, after all, should this be translated into to actual enforcement in the field, and we are taking note, and I'm sure others who are present here are also taking note of what needs to be done. Thank you very much. And so now, as you can see, we are spiraling into the core subject, and Mr. Mittal described the broad things that are required, and Mr. Pant described how we will get the provisions in the NBC 2016 related to ICT enforced through the local bylaws. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ninad Desai, who actually contributed to that chapter or the portion of the NBC 2016 which we want to now implement. And just one second. Now, Mr. Desai is a consulting specialist. He's a professional. He's associated with BICSI, which is a professional organization supporting the advancement of the information and communications technology, and currently serves more than 26,000 members and credential holders. BICSI is the preeminent resource for the connected world, headquartered in Tampa, Florida, USA. Its membership spans nearly 100 countries. So BICSI is the one that actually is concerned with similar work and development in many other areas. Mr. Ninad is a technologist, IC network infrastructure specialist, and an information security auditor, writer, and professional speaker. He helps businesses and business leaders understand and use technology to their competitive advantage by staying in sync with today's ICT corporate enterprise infrastructure developments. Graduated in engineering with a master's from BITS Pilani and the privilege of being the first registered communications and distributions designer in India, Ninad is also certified information systems auditor, a network infrastructure specialist, outside plant specialist, and a BICSI certified technician, ISO 27001 Information Security Management Systems lead auditor. And he is the only certified trainer for ICT infrastructure design and installation training programs for BICSI in Asia. So as you can see, he has vast professional experience of 2 decades in various related domains. He's a core expert panel member in Information and Communications Enabled Installations Group, which worked on the NBC 2016, as I already mentioned. He's the chair of BICSI India District, and he's a voice heard with attention and respect in ICT communication standards and best practices, and is instrumental in bringing ICT cabling in India's ambit of standardization. He's also been an active contributor of information to the industry in ICT, passive infrastructure technology, design, and training for more than a decade. And you would happen to find professionals in ICT cabling industry vouch for his interactive and informative teaching style. Interestingly, he's also a marathoner, a swimmer, and a naturist. And most importantly, handles all his life's passions and professional responsibilities with similar ease. So, Ninad, welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you, Sunilji. It's a pleasure. Hope I'm heard loud and clear. I would like to just give me a moment. I'll share my screen.
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Is the screen viewable?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's visible.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Uh, so what I intend to do over here is kind of bring in the inner perspective. So Mittalji and Mr. Pant have really done the technical job for me, and I would like to go into the inside perspective, and I would like to start my presentation uh, with a peephole. So what you have in the screen right now is actually a peephole, as you would all be aware, is just a small opening through the door that allows the viewer to look from the inside to the outside. And that's what the whole essence of the presentation is going to be, is understanding the situation, understanding the challenges from the inside rather from the outside. That's where I look at. Now, as we take things further, uh, we need to understand a basic fact, and that basic fact is that the mobile phone that we all hold in our hands, with an internet connection, has now become an umbilical cord to the outside world. We now depend on it to do our jobs, kids doing schooling, and we see each other people. It's our primary source of entertainment, and we are using it a lot. There was a operator's intelligence report, which was local. It was brought out by the Global Data India Telecom operators in 2019. That stated the reasons for it, and the reasons were low prices of mobile broadband services, affordable smartphones, and that have changed the people's video viewing habits. And they have actually continued to drive the monthly user growth that we have in the country as of today. But what was startling in that was that only 4% of the households have fixed broadband. So the way we are accessing the internet is not through broadband. But what's it happening? So it's making our smartphones the only way to access the internet. Indoors today, and with rapidly increasing about 7 billion gigabytes per month. That's where the traffic is. Now, buildings and
Ninad, your connection had fluctuated and screen is
okay.
lost and your voice was also.
Maybe I'll mute. I'll stop my video and I'll keep the presentation on. Just give me a moment. Yeah, is it viewable now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. So I was coming up to the place where mobile phone connections, accessing the internet and the mobile phone connections on broadband have just been 4%, and it's the rest of it which is being kind of delivered by those smartphones, and with more than 80% of all the mobile traffic that's either originating or terminating indoors today, it's about 7 exabytes, that is 7 billion gigabytes of traffic that the mobile telephony is handling at this moment of time. And what we need to understand is that most of the traffic that's being terminated or originating from are from the buildings, and especially the high rises, which are those originators and consumers of this communication, information, and the resultant traffic that's in fact happening. Now, I need to set the perspective on quality of service, and which I feel is the most disruptive communication mode that demands quality of service in transmission and reception, that is video. Video calls have replaced face-to-face interaction. We are a living example of that. And with our colleagues, with our families, with our friends alike, and the video conferencing software Zoom in the first 2 quarters of 2020, that's the very recent thing. I just got this information about a day or two back, which was until June, has revenues that were more than the past 8 quarters in all. That is all of 2018 and 2019. So it's a clear indication that work from home entertainment is booming and it's the need of the hour, and that's the new normal. We like it or we don't. It's a new normal for us, and the COVID situation has just got it a little sooner than later, but it was always bound to come. Now, once we have seen this as an added customer benefit, a reliable connectivity without restrictions, all the time, at full speed, on any device, from anywhere, has now become the expectation of our connected world. It's not something which is a premium. It's a basic expectation of the world that we live in. And this expectation is why business professionals are now considering their telecommunications infrastructure as the fourth utility. And that's as crucial to their employees and clients as electricity, water, the ways that our utilities run across. Now, as we come forward, however, the connectivity experience is struggling to keep up with the shift. In addition to the increase in traffic, today's buildings, where the last mile connections run over outdated cables and cabling infrastructure, users who invariably are the originators and the consumers of this utility aren't too happy about their experience. And we need to give a holistic thought to why that is happening. For that, I would want you to go a while back in history. In the early 2000s of broadband, when it really came in, and wireless internet, broadband had started to replace dial-up in the early 2000s, around that time. And with half of all the internet users possessing a broadband connection as early as 2007, if I'm correct. However, it often piggybacked on cables originally installed for voice or the good old coaxials, depending on who your service provider was. So these cables and the backend technology were designed to pipe data into a home and not out of it. So uploading a video from a home internet connection was flaky, and but it was acceptable then because there was limited content that was available, which is not the case today. The internet connection got congested when everybody in the neighborhood just wanted to use the internet simultaneously. We were okay with it. So what's important to note is that the business delivery model was never constituted with the customer in mind, but with what was possible with the technology to be delivered, primarily using the available infrastructure. So we had an infrastructure in place, we had the technology offering, we found a way out how we could just deliver that technology in that existing infrastructure. And the customer's perception of he being the last mile now I think needs now to have a paradigm shift to being the first mile. Now ICT infrastructure cabling and services within buildings now need to upscale from a reactive to a proactive approach. The standards have been doing it, and if many of you might have taken a note of, now the customer is not considered as the last mile in standards. He is considered as the first mile. So the standard which was earlier Ethernet to the last mile is now reconstituted as Ethernet to the first mile. So the customer is now becoming prominent even with the standards. So as we go ahead and as we look at the advancement of communications and network connectivity to an extent that it makes data sharing and data access seamless and straightforward, and the reason of making this possible, no doubt in my mind, in the least possible time is wireless. This technology of being connected and be able to communicate instantly gets deployed in many ways based on application requirements. So you may have different names to it, but wireless has really taken the technology by storm. However, what we fail to understand and comprehend in such situations is that even for a wireless network, it's usually connected to a wired network at the backhaul. Hence, the most commonly used system is a hybrid of both wired and wireless connectivity. So wireless networks, at the backplane provide the much needed reliability, speed and security if they are designed and incorporated in the most primitive stages of building design and erection. Now, where is it all getting weaker? Where's the weakest link? And the chain, which is from our first mile, which is from our customer to our central office, is somewhere weaker, isn't it? Because the perception is not being good. So a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So if there is a customer saying he's not happy, even if the chain is the strongest, it doesn't really matter because there's a weak link, which is the customer, and he's not satisfied with the services available. And this applies well to mobile networks. Operators today, in no doubt, are spending a great deal of time. I could see, the mention of that when Dr. Sharma mentioned it. That that it's a great deal of time, money, and effort that is going in optimizing cell sites to ensure that users get the best capacity and coverage for their devices. And you have an ample coverage in your house, your office, but you have a poor reception indoors. So it's probably a clear indication that the building itself may be the culprit. Unfortunately, during building construction, indoor coverage is rarely considered. In fact, materials that insulate the best and provide the most structural strength are typically the worst offenders for reducing indoor range. Does that mean we change the materials? You can't do that. So now, what's the way out? So thankfully, due to the presence of a strong signal outside the building, it's usually not difficult to resolve this type of a black spot, and which needs to be by addressing the need of a creation of a robust in-building ICT communication infrastructure that can provide a seamless performing network in the buildings. Now we need to understand what the requirements are. I'll take you back to the peephole slide which I presented at the start, and it's all about understanding it from the inside. And the requirements primarily are not the best of technology and best of technological products, but it's something more holistic in mind. And the primary requirement to it are the industrial or international standards and industry best practices, which play an essential role in strengthening this weakest link. However, what really makes the difference is that it's the local code that sets the foundation in providing the primitive guidance in this regard. And it's really great that a nation thought about it, and the NBC 2016 section, which Mittalji and Shri Pant have mentioned it in detail, has a section on information and communication enabled installations. That's actually section 6 of part 8 of the building services, which is a primary step in this direction. It provides clear guidelines on the design of telecom spaces. It includes design prerequisites on ICT infrastructure front that would help enable key implementation areas in terms of accessibility, in terms of administration, power, lighting, fire protection, bonding and grounding, environmental controls, and I'm just naming this as a few. It also gives guidelines for selecting telecommunications media, which is very, very important, selecting and designing cabling pathways, understanding separation distances, and specific requirements for telecommunication infrastructure cabling in buildings. So we have a code in place. We have a local standard, at least at the primitive stage of it, which is kind of giving us the primary basic guidance. But is that really enough? What we actually need in addition to it is an ecosystem of people and practices. People and industry practices make that difference that matters. It's therefore creating a skills ecosystem that understands this technology shift and provides for the necessary ICT infrastructure that needs to be in place is the need of an hour. The new education policy, that's recently being announced, I think gives an ample scope for institutionalizing such design skills as a vocation and creating new job opportunities. core basic industry practices in building infrastructure design need to be mandated and practiced. Finally, I think the system's actual deployment through standard installation practices, proper cable terminations, and adherence to fire and safety are that special thing that will make an absolute valuable difference. So a people and practice ecosystem needs to align with a strong codes and standards ecosystem to make the internals of this particular infrastructure stronger, better, and resilient. Now, have we done? Is that what the requirement is? I further think that we need to, kind of get into adherence to international codes and standards. We need to formalize that skill ecosystem that understands the functional design and integration. Uh, and further, it needs the right alignment of the bureaucracy with leading industry associations who are at the forefront of such education and standards. It's very relevant and very important. An absolute mix of bureaucracy, industry leading associations, of peoples and practices, and the local codes will make that difference that really matters. We are talking about buildings, we are talking about building infrastructure. Let me take this opportunity to tell you they aren't just standards or they aren't just industry practices that just talk about buildings. You have specific ICT systems design and implementation best practices that are today readily available for if you want to design an educational institution and facility, if you want to design a healthcare institution and facility, uh, a, a distributed antenna system, an intelligent building, or you would just want to do a generalized telecommunication and ICT cabling related cabling infrastructure, or would you want to have a wireless local area network inside a building? It's all available. What needs to be done is a proper alignment of practices, people, associations, and bureaucracy. That's it will just make it happen. Now, there's always a thought process. I'll say it with our consulting, assignment experience, that in most of the project that says that we are short on time, and hence let's address it later to get things moving for the time being. It's a common perception which is spoken out by the clients, which is spoken out by MVP consultants, which is spoken out by a number of people who would just want to rush into things. Uh, you know, we just seem to kind of take it off our radar. And I think rushing through something, might save you time right now, but it's going to ultimately take you more time to do it over. Saving time is a great thing to have, but when it doesn't come at a cost. But when you run a risk of, making a mistake by taking the shortest route, you are not really saving time. The pictures that you are seeing in this presentation right now are not from just any building. It's actually, these pictures are from one of the best luxury chain of hotels that's there in India today. And we could do an assessment of these particular area, and they were facing severe issues of having in-building connectivity. And what we could trim down to and what we could completely change across was their in-building infrastructure. And it was just not done right the first time because they thought that they would do it later because there's always time available. And it just built on and nothing really improved out of it. I think that's somewhere a case that we need to address. And we were speaking about brownfield applications. This is where we need to change our thought process and we need to change the process the way it needs to go about. Taking this further, let me tell you by my experience and the way work gets done. Quality infrastructure can't never be built in a day. It's not absolutely possible. But I can reiterate very surely with 20 years that I've spent in the industry today that once you do it, it stays to deliver for its lifetime. Your ICT cabling infrastructure stays for the lifetime of your building, which is a minimum of 30 years. It kind of takes across your lifetime of all the other technologies that might come in the building in its particular lifetime. So, if you have the actives, you have the software, you have the active equipments. And if we really spend time on making it sturdier, resilient, and delivering to what it needs to deliver, it will make that kind of difference which it makes. So things are quite clear. It's only that we need to see that from the inside rather than seeing it from the outside. We from the outside, from the operator's side, from the way that it's going to. I don't say it's perfectly a rosy picture on the telecom operators front or the service delivery front, but I think we are formidably good enough in doing our job there. What we have been risking or what we have been not really be serious about is how we are doing on the inside of it. So it really takes care of real designs, which needs an absolute holistic approach when you do it. And finally, I think the picture that's there, which is my final slide. It's more visible now. What you see is actually a city.
Your slide is not visible anymore.
Okay.
So if it's important, please put it up.
Yeah, just one. I think the share screen kind of went off.
Every time your signal goes down, I can see
Okay.
you lose this.
Okay. Okay. Is it visible now?
No, not visible.
Okay, so basically, what I wanted to show you all is a picture of a city. It's kind of from the mountains. So it's the complete city with all its buildings. You could see it from the outside. But what's needed to holistically look at this moment of time is to look at that every building from the inside. It's every building is going to have a different requirement. It's going to have a requirement that is independent of what needs to be delivered in the right perspective. And if you are able to visualize it and address it through a proper spectrum of local codes, international standards, associations who have been working in it, and creating a people and practice ecosystem, I think that is where things will take turns for the better. And this particular session, I'm really pleased that the bureaucracy is taking a note of it, and will surely have some positives out of it. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience here from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai, for pointing out the reasons why, despite the code and despite the bylaws, we may sometimes miss to deliver what we have to deliver. It could be the training, it could be the lack of skills or certification, or the approach to doing things in a hurried manner, as you described. So I think we are quite considerably late, but we will still take some questions, and I would request those who wish to ask a question to raise their hands, and I can invite them here. We will devote 10 minutes to questions. Please be concise and raise your hands. And when you raise your hand, keep your hand up, even if I don't call on you, because I can call on you later. So the first question comes from Mr. Sushant Kumar.
Hey, can I make it on a voice over?
Yes, we can hear your voice. You can ask your question.
All right. Thank you so much. And Mr. Desai, it was absolute pleasure to hear you out with the in-depth insights. My question is that, when we are talking, but I understand that, the agenda is for improving the QoS for the buildings. But most likely we have been talking about the urban infrastructure, right? But your slide showed certain inclination towards the rural infrastructure as well. Probably, do we have the infrastructure ready yet to provide the same QoS what we are talking about in urban setups now?
Yes, Sushant, thank you for your question. I think it's a very relevant subject and it has more to do with the requirement or the business part of it. So if you readily see why are the cities developing is because there is a requirement and it makes business sense for the service providers to really provide services there. As the shift happens towards the rural economy, I really see no kind of hindrance other than the geographical hindrances that you might have, but we'll have ways out to kind of tide it over. I'll just give you a basic example. I have a farm home which is about 300 kilometers from Mumbai, and 20 years back there was absolutely no connectivity. I had to travel 10 kilometers away from my home just to make a connection. A decade back, I used to pull out some antennas, and which could cost me, thousands of rupees just to make a phone call. I get an absolutely good connection now at the same juncture where I'm staying right now. So yes, I think we are making a difference. It's just a matter of time where the requirements will, kind of build up, and services will, make pace with the requirements.
Absolutely. I'm sure all of us here have experienced a similar experience a decade back. Thank you so much for the response, sir. I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Vajpayee.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. If there are any other questions, please raise your hand. I don't see any raised hands as of now. Or if you think that your connection may be too iffy for coming here and asking the question, you could even put your. Okay, there is another question. Raised hand from Mr. Kadari Ramana Jainulu. I hope I've got your name right.
Sir, respected sirs, thanks to all of you, especially to the speakers, all the speakers. So my question is, while we are looking for the QoS in the buildings, all building builders and our national building code, local building codes, they definitely check and ensure all other essential services like water, electricity, gas, whatever it is. Infrastructure is not only paid by the builders association or users, external infrastructure, they also make arrangements for the in-building solutions. Means internal building within the building infrastructure is also provided by them. Whereas, as it was already earlier raised, whereas for us to provide telecom services inside the buildings, we have to ensure they are not disturbed, and they put a lot of conditions, terms and conditions. So this is my concern. How to go about it and provide IBS. As you know, 95% or 93% of the usage generate from in building. Thank you.
Okay. So any comment from anybody in the panel?
Take this question.
We cannot hear. Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So, Mr. Pant, I was just saying if Mr. Pant would like to take this question.
Okay. I think I have already mentioned. See, this solution to any kind of services relating to buildings is through the improvement in the local building bylaws, because that is the law of the land. Because 74th Constitution Amendment Act already provides that there is a Schedule 12 to the Constitution, where these activities are the responsibility of the local building bylaws, and that the law being the normally the building regulations, they call it. At state level, sometimes they make a standardized building regulations which are used by the various cities and districts within the states, that is various urban and rural local bodies. So that is where the point which we need to attack, and once that is done, that becomes law, and whatever we want the builders to follow, and that becomes a legal requirement for one has to follow, then compliance will improve. Just another point that I would like to share here is that the various indigenous Indian standards, including the National Building Code, are available for download free of cost from BIS website. So please make use of this facility. Go to BIS website and download your own copy of National Building Code. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have one last question from Mr. Dayanand. He is coming. I think Mr. Dayanand is not able to connect for some reason. So we will pass on to another user, Mr. Deepak Arya. Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. My question is to Shri Sanjay Pant. Just wanted to know when NBC 2016 was they revised, the code was revised. Was there any mechanism suggested to the central government or state government to how to enforce it, and how RWAs can be enforced through this code?
See, by virtue of the provisions under the BIS Act, all standards are voluntary in nature that we formulate. And the standards which BIS formulate by virtue of the BIS Act, those are called Indian standards. And there are other standards also which cannot be called as Indian standards. But then these standards are voluntary in nature. Depending, there are three ways to make them mandatory. One is through a contract between the parties concerned. If there is a contract between the two parties, one who gives the services and another who receives the services in terms of those built environment, that is one way of making it mandatory between the parties concerned through a contract. Second is through a through a special quality control orders. So if there is a special order of the government, then also some of the standards can be made mandatory. So this is used basically through for some of the mandatory ISI mark of some of the products. No, that is the second way. The third is through reference in the legislation, which I was talking about. If it becomes part of the legislation, which is the local building regulations, in this case. So this is what it has been then. NBC is already part of the regulations. My only submission was that because it is a new area, it has to be highlighted and a specific reference has to be drawn of the local bodies through a direction of the state by the appropriate authority, be it TRI or Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, through a properly formed circular and giving a copious reference to the various provisions in the NBC this part 8 section 6, bringing how it has to be implemented through the local building regulatory approval systems. That is building permits. So building cannot be permitted unless it has got certain kinds of buildings cannot be permitted if it doesn't have IT enabled infrastructure. No occupancy permit would be granted. So if this can be brought properly and this can be done. So it was well thought of. In fact, we have done 35 workshops on National Building Code after it was released. So that is going on. So we can have a special workshops. I was talking to Mr. Mittal also and Mr. Desai also. A special workshop focused on this particular chapter, so that we can highlight. There are the stakeholders other than the regulatory body. One is regulatory body. Second, as you told, the government construction department. Third is private construction department, builders and these developers. The fourth one is the consultants who should know the provisions of the code. These four sectors of people. They must be aware. The consultants include architects and engineers and IT specialists who are involved in building, planning and design and execution process. So these four arms are required to be strengthened through, and that's why we are doing a lot of workshops and we can do a focused workshop only on this chapter. We have been doing on other chapters as well as for NBC as a whole. That is the way we have to attack from both sides, educating as well as through regulatory means.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, Mr. Dayanand is back, and we'll to give him the mic for the last question. No, he's not there. He's withdrawn. So, okay. So, thank you very much to all the speakers for this wonderful exposition of what we have today, what we need and what we have in the form of NBC, and how it can possibly best be implemented. There can be gaps between what we intend to do and what is the reality faced by those who have to implement it. So we will get to see what the reality is and what experience of reality is by the people who want to implement it in the very next session following this one. As I say, thank you to all the speakers and panel members here and all the participants and those who asked questions. I would request everybody to stay behind and reassemble for the next session, where the people who are actually doing the implementation will talk about what they experience while doing what we try to do here. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot, and we reassemble in a few seconds. So welcome to this session between the gap on gap and between expectation and reality. We saw the frameworks, we saw how they are to be implemented, but whether we are able to do it, and if not, why are we not able to? That must be understood. I welcome all the speakers who have joined us for this session. The first presentation is by Mr. T.R. Dua of Taipa. Mr. Dua is an engineering graduate with diploma on gap and. Hello. Can I request the speakers who are not yet speaking to please put their mics off? Thank you. So, as I said, Mr. Dua is an engineering graduate with diploma in business management and export marketing. He has experience of over 45 years in the telecom sectors and in all facets of the sector, whether it's product development, business development, telecom licensing, regulatory issues, or spectrum management. He has held positions in many different organizations, as you can imagine. From his experience, he's been with Bharti Airtel, with Sham Telecom, Cellular Operators Association of India, the Global ICT Standardization Forum for India, and is, of course, now the director of Taipa. He has many firsts to his credit, like finalization of joint ventures, technical collaboration, introduction of new products, launch of new services in India, finalization of license agreements or interconnect agreements. He works closely with institutions like ITU, APT, WWRF, GISFI with regards to spectrum matters. He is very actively involved with various professional institutions, associations to promote the telecom sector, and he has published more than a dozen papers in various professional institutions. In 2020, he was awarded the MIT National Leadership Award for industry commitment towards green technology. And in 2010, he was awarded the Evangelist Mobile Infrastructure Award. So it's a pleasure, Mr. Dua, to have you with us and to hear you about the challenges in infrastructure providing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akpai, for your kind words. First of all, I like respected Dr. R.S. Sharma, Chairman TRAI, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary MATRAI, distinguished panelists, guests thank you very much, and I'd like to congratulate TRA for taking up this very, very pertinent, and I wish it could have been taken much earlier. I would like to further thank Dr. R.S. Sharma for his continued commitment toward the development of the infrastructure. Beside Mr. Sunil Bajpai and his team, I think they really done a great job and bringing out the content. We had number of iterations with them, and like a professor, I think Sunil was guiding us. This is what you need to bring out: gap and reality. Not taking much time, sir. We really passing through a very, very unprecedented time. There is a peculiar situation where people are willing to pay, people want a good quality, people want a standard of quality of service, people want a gold standard, people want a universal host, but unfortunately, there is a gap between the expectation and the. If you look at the last 4 to 5 years, India, we have witnessed a huge growth in terms of the data services. We now rank in India in terms of the number of data subscriber. And if you look at the consumption, it is close to 11 to per month. Very interestingly, the infrastructure have stood the test of the time and they continue to be able to get it through. Massive adoption of the digital services in the last 3 to 4 months. Any critical situation, any such situation, beside bringing
I think we've lost Mr. Dua. So we just wait.
We have not lost Dua, yaar. We have lost the connection.
The connection, sir. My apologies.
Should we check on mobile with him? I think there is some problem.
Yeah, there's a problem. I'll ask somebody to check. Somebody is checking with him on phone, and if it is,
No, he is just trying to come up again.
yeah.
There was some click and got disconnected, so he is telling that he is just connecting back.
Maybe in the interim, one can share with the audience is that, the good news is that India is in the top 5 countries globally in 4G availability as per Open Signal report. So, there's a lot of work that's been done. So in terms of availability, we only have Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and United States, I think, ahead of us. So a lot of effort has gone in proliferation of 4G. And for the audience, the good part is that, if you track the number of base stations deployed, in 2016, we were somewhere at about 8 lakh base stations. And today we are at 22 lakh base stations. And maybe, 75% of the overall network is all 4G, 3G enabled. So that's a lot of, work done in the field.
Vikram, on the lighter side, I can say that the very purpose of conducting today's workshop is being demonstrated also.
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
So what I have told Sunil Vajpayee in the morning, since we were unable to see him,
just before everybody joined that it was even the title of our subject, I mean, of the presentations today, it was quite ironic since we couldn't hear Sunil at all.
Yeah, yes, sir. In fact, and as I shared, it was because of a fixed line connection, which was also connected to my laptop. When I disconnected it to go to secretary's room to continue, I discovered that my this thing was back. So there is a misconfiguration of the landline, which was interfering with the Wi-Fi. Otherwise, we are good to go.
Okay. Can you hear me, Sunil? Can you hear me,
Yes,
Sunil?
yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we
you are
can hear
not
you.
audible.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm
Back.
sorry.
Welcome back.
There's a disconnection in this. Not taking much time. Now, as I said, that we are passing through an interesting feature that, as if you look at it, one of the speakers and experts also said today, 85% of the traffic, data traffic, and more than 70% of the traffic is generated indoor. Therefore, this does necessitate good network coverage, good quality service inside the building as well, which can only be ensured with omnipresent in building telecom infrastructure. That is where there is a gap in expectation and reality. Okay, next. This is what I just quickly run through the agenda that I have in mind.
Mr. Dua, you will have to reshare your screen.
Okay, just a minute. दिया हेलो शुरू करूं okay
Dua sir, your presentation's on the screen. You can proceed, I guess.
Yes, please. Mr. Dua, you are muted. Please unmute your microphone.
The screen and his presentations also vanished.
Yes. So I see.
okay now
There is a gap between expectation and reality even now.
Yes, sir.
so now it's proved it is proved now
Mr. Dua, we cannot hear you. Yeah, we can hear you actually when you're speaking on your phone.
Bajpayee sir, can we move to someone else and come back to Mr. Dua
No,
subsequently?
actually, we should be able to speak because we can hear him when he was speaking on the telephone. Mr. Dua, can you proceed with the presentation, please?
Hello. Can you hear me now, Sunil?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am sorry for this. Okay, let me go to the next question. This is the present status of the 1,000 PTSs. You're aware of it. I'm not going to go into detail. The telecom industry has supported the growth in mobile broadband. But what is now need is a huge infrastructure growth inside the building to meet the requirement of almost more than 11 Gbps per month per consumer. These are some of the trends which will highlight the gap between the expectation and the realities. This is if you look at the total data traffic, which is growing more than 3 times over the year. If you look at the 3G, the 4G, the total traffic has been increasing manifold. It is one of the highest in the world. And if you look at many studies, and one of the speaker which earlier also said, that 85% of the data traffic and 70% of the voice traffic is generated indoor. So therefore, there is a huge and there is an urgent necessity to provide a connectivity in the building. And this is what is now the new normal which is down. I think it's the situation of present pandemic of the last 4 to 5 months has taught us how to live with the new normal. Many of us have got more IT savvy, more user how to use the various devices during this period. I think it's been a great learning to that. But more than that, I think going forward, this is what is going to remain not only for some time, for quite some time, and people will get used to this kind of working, video conferencing, and not to travel much outside the city itself. Now, this is if you look at the increased indoor usage during pandemic. If you look at the user benefiting during the COVID, it's like children access to education, staying in touch with family and friends, white collar workers, keeping children entertained and the families engaged through Netflix and Prime Video and many other things, online shopping, getting groceries from the food store, improving mental health and well-being, consultation over the phone itself, possibility of accessing healthcare, keeping fit and exercising. You could see continue to the yoga over a video conference because the yoga teachers were not even allowed to enter it. Improving income and finances, I think this is where the increase in the data continues to be, increase in the usage will continue during this situation. Therefore, increased indoor usage requires definitely resilient indoor stroke in building telecom infrastructure. Based on the data which we try to collect from many countries like Brazil, China, France, Germany, India, Italy, South Korea, Sweden. Now, why do you need this? Because as I explained, and many of our earlier speakers explained, that there is a huge increase in data from indoor and in a building, including the voice. So therefore, you need an in-building solution. And what are the various types of building solutions, which I think Chairman TRA also highlighted? What are the solutions available? What are the international best practices? And what is the challenge with that? What is the reality? This is what we'll highlight between the gap and the reality. Why do we need IBS? IBS, if you look at it, is a telecommunications solution which used to extend and distribute the cellular coverage within a building for high quality mobile communication for indoor environment such as offices, shopping malls, hospitals, and airports. On account of the video, social media, OTTs, virtual meetings, the consumption of data is continuing to increase manifold. Therefore, the IBS is the need of the hour. Deployment of IBS inside commercial and residential buildings is the solution to handle spur and data growth and provide seamless connectivity. Now, what are the market drivers for this? As I tell you, data is one, with high quality service is another one to avoid few contracts. Solutions such as small cell dash help in providing good coverage. Single passive dash solution can be shared by multiple, that is, multiple user to be regarded. When they're using on a non-discriminating basis, 5G and new technology, as Chairman also said, it is not only new, not new, new technology, 5G, IoT, you would need certainly the in-building solution to make use and to adopt those technologies. Then coming back to the how do you make cities smart? Ambitious smart cities mission is another key driver which is encouraging the adoption of IBS. Cities identified under the program need to be mandated to install common infrastructure. IBS to be included as one of the key parameters for selection of the smart city for granting financial assistance if required. These are some of the solutions. I'm not going to go in detail. The DAS is one solution. Distributed radios are another solution. Passive distributed antenna system is an active distributed antenna system, which converts electric component, convert and amplify signal to RF for radiation by the antenna. Wiring is done using fiber cable instead of the coaxial cables. Small cell solution, unfortunately today not more than 5% of the small cell available. Small cells are low powered radio access nodes that are being considered for offloading indoor mobile traffic. The service providers are investing in indoor small solutions to help optimize and monetize consumer business services on mobile devices. The benefits are what are the benefits that you get? Offload capacity, coverage improved experience, voice over FI, mesh technology. Many of the technologies are available to improve the in-building solution and providing coverage, ubiquitous coverage in the building. Fiber to the home is very important. Fiber to the home can bring ubiquitous connectivity for broadband. There are problems which we face when you want to bring fiber to the home. There are existing buildings, there are new buildings which need. In my next slide, I'll show you how much is the difficulty which we face with the ROW and the existing building and the new builder. It all does give you reliable, secure, supports voice over Wi-Fi, security surveillance. RWs and landowner need to be made aware of the importance of upgradation to their homes. This would result in a ubiquitous broadband coverage. Some of the international practices, I will not go into detail. EU has adopted specific infrastructure requirement. Hong Kong has adopted code of practice. Singapore has adopted code, which is called the code of practice for the information communication facility, which is formulated by IMDA. Singapore is a comprehensive document. It's a very comprehensive document which I can share with you, containing the telecom infrastructure specs, mandates developer. You see, one of the big learning is that the IMDA, it mandates developers to allow mobile network operators to use mobile installation. Option gives to the MNOs to use rooftop. So this is called QoS 2018, which acts as a reference for the experts and consultants to ensure quality of service inside the building. There are key challenges in India which we face: exorbitant rent and charges being demanded for access by the building owners, developers, RWS, airports, metro. There are exclusive agreements which are being signed, which is not the right solution, thus leading to a non-competitive issue, no access for the other service providers, and also create monopoly. No provision for telecom infrastructure in the building. The building owners, the existing, definitely does not exist anymore. In our own houses, when we moved into the building, we tried to create and upgrade those infrastructure in house. And especially during this time, right from February and or the middle of March, I think we would have made all of us would have made a lot of upgradation of this kind of infrastructure with fiber cable, with routers, etc. in the house to make sure that we are comfortably and we are able to work from home. What are the steps taken by the regulator and the government? As rightly said, Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs, he rightly said, I would congratulate the Secretary MHA for giving a very, very positive outlook, and also again that he is open to any kind of suggestion which needs, and even if there is a need to work further on the Section 6 of the in-building code, will be ready. Department of Telecom also implementing broadband readiness index, national, and which also monitors the adoption of the national building code. The DOT has also issued advisory to telecom service providers November 2000 to share the in-building infrastructure with TSP. CPWD issued an office memorandum in first part for all new upcoming installations. I think same thing need to be adopted by various other builders, that is DDA, CREDA, RERA, all these institutions which are providing this building. Despite various initiatives, uptake in the building section is yet to be seen. You'll be surprised, sir. Industry estimates suggest that the current level of IBS deployment in the country is less than 10%. Maybe it is even 5 to 10%, whatever. Our suggestions and way forward, as I rightly said, the MOHUA must mandate policy framework so that the space, as Mr. Mittal right, equipment, facilities, fiber, duct, routing through all this is provided by the developers or by the building owner, and also insisted upon by the local bodies and the senior town planners, the chief town planners to provide these kind of services and to make provision for these services. Builder to make provision space for deploying fiber and DAS, allow deployment of common shareable infrastructure to be provided. Very important is on the non-discriminatory basis. The experts like Mr. Desai, consultant to formulate the design and standard, who very rightly brought out the design constraint, a design related issue. The design and standard to be included in the policy framework. And this must be monitored by the regulators like RERA, DOT, and also some part to be played by the LSA, as these authorities are present in every state. Allow installation of the common shareable infrastructure without any rental. I'm using a word without any rental. Allow people to create an infrastructure. RWs must be taught, all RWs must be made aware of the utility of this. Only maintenance and power charges, yes, to be paid. The building completion certificate, when you make a new building, or when you create the new towers of the building, the completion and the occupation certificate must include readiness of those buildings to meet the telecom facilities like IPS, fiber, telecom room, equipment, 24/7, and should be certified. I won't use the word like the DOT, LSA, but it could be any of those authorities. RERA, CREDA is a central real estate development authority of India, and other reputed associations must facilitate and encourage creation of the common telecom infrastructure. Rules to be framed for the RWs under Society Registration Act, just like RWs. See, when you get into any of the societies are registered under the Registration Act. This must be included that the telecom facilities, telecom infrastructure, fiber to the home, fiber to the clubs are part of those RWs. The technical station should be fixed under the policy framework by maybe IMHI consultants. The awareness program by urban development, TRAI, local authorities, corporations must be carried out. There should be guidelines to ensure mandatory coverage in every habitat, residential, commercial, or good quality. They need us to mention the necessity for a good quality service, which is this gap between expectation and reality can be covered if at least these are some of the suggestions are accepted and implemented. What are the advantages that you have if you say, if I've been paying the provisioning shareable infrastructure good quality, one-time infrastructure creation, value creation for the stake? It does create a value for the stakeholders. Like if they create an infrastructure, probably is value for the builder, value for the property, value of this increases. Quality mobile coverage, fiber connected homes can be sale pitch for it. Already a few building being advertised as Wi-Fi ready and fiber ready, which is attracting buyer situation. And under the present situation,
I think Mr. Dua has lost the connection again.
I think he's almost completed.
Yes.
Back to him and use time with somebody else because we are getting
Yeah,
late.
I think, yes, correct. So I think we can move ahead, and when he rejoins towards the end, maybe we can ask him to conclude his remarks at that time, towards the end, right? All right. So
let's go ahead to the next display.
yes, sir. So we heard Mr. Dua, and now we move on. I would request Mr. Vikram Tevatia of COI, who's the next speaker, and I would introduce him and other speakers together because they're making a kind of a joint presentation. Mr. Tevatia, he's the Deputy Director General of COI, which is India's leading industry association for telecom, broadband, and digital services. He interacts extensively with the ICT industry leadership and senior officials at DOT, MIT, and TRAI also, of course. He's a member of the Joint Working Group on Cybersecurity, chaired by Chief Cybersecurity Coordinator. And he's an active member of national industry associations like CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, EDSI committees. He participates in many international workshops, conferences being conducted by ITU, APT, etc. And he serves on the board of the Global Certification Forum, GCF. He's earlier worked with the Tata Teleservices Limited in 2008-10, Confederation of Indian Industries as their CIO from 2005 to 2008, and with the Indian Army signals where he took voluntary retirement in the rank of a colonel in 2000.
Yeah, Indian Army,
Yeah. So that is, and Mr. Tevatia, as I said, I would also mention who are the other speakers, introduce them briefly because they'll be making a joint presentation and I want to interrupt them. Mr. Alok Tiwari is the Deputy CTO, RPF Delhi Circles from Reliance Jio. He's been working with Reliance Jio for more than 5 years, and he takes care of including commercial buildings. He has a versatile experience of 23 years in planning, deployment, and optimization for different mobile technologies. Then Mr. Saraswat, he's the head for small cell planning and indoor planning from Bharti Airtel. Mr. Saraswat, can I request everybody to please switch off their microphones if they're not using it? Thank you. So, Mr. Saurabh Saraswat has a couple of decades of experience working in telecommunications sector and has worked earlier with leading operators of India, including Jio, Idea, and Aircel. He has done international services consulting, couple of years in Middle East and Africa, and he's currently heading the small cell planning and indoor planning activities at Bharti Airtel. Finally, I'd like to introduce Mr. Anant Prabhugaonkar from Vodafone Idea Limited. He has 23 years experience in mobile network domain. He's worked across various network verticals like operations, engineering and planning, and network quality. He currently handles regulatory and network benchmarking portfolios at Vodafone Idea Corporate. So welcome, gentlemen, to all of you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bajpai, and thank you to Chairman TRAI and the team at TRAI for having set up this very important conversation. And it was very nice to hear the Secretary from the Urban Affairs Ministry saying that they are fully cognizant and supportive of the requirement of, enhancing broadband experience inside buildings. And very specifically, one was happy to hear that whatever policy measures and what Dr. Sharma said, the policy measures based on data, actual data in the field is something which is very important because, as a country, if it is to enhance your efficiency by usage of, data services, essentially the whole idea of 5G or mobile connectivity, what has it done? 4G with a combination of the smartphone and the internet gave rise to all the way it changed the way you looked at transportation. It changed the way you looked at, many times the education, the Baijus of the world. And in the recent few months, the importance of this connectivity has only been manifest and emphasized to a very high degree. So what we will do is, going ahead, we have a presentation which has been put together with in conjunction with our colleagues at Jio, Airtel and Vodafone Idea. And I will just begin by sharing my screen. Do I have rights to share the screen?
Yes, you have. Please go ahead.
I notice it is not being clickable. Is it possible for somebody at the TRAI to put it up and then maybe we could go through it?
Are you using the correct browser, the Chrome browser?
No, I'm using Firefox actually.
Oh, that could be the reason. If you have Chrome, can you connect with Chrome? Or I could.
Let me try. It did come up a short while back when you were introducing us. So.
Yeah. That briefly come up. Some script, with the red, orange kind of thing.
I'll just do a refresh. Just give me a second.
Mr. Dua is sort of unfinished thing. Now he's there back. Maybe after this presentation he can complete the thing.
Again lost the connection.
No, the crumb is there.
Is somebody else has the presentation?
I have presentations from others, but not Mr. Tevatia's presentation.
Can Mr. Tevatia, you mail us the presentation so that we can try to put it?
It is with Jitendra. We sent it to Jitendra and the team. I'm trying. Let me just.
Okay, I will ask.
Are you seeing something on the screen right now from my side?
Not yet.
I'm sorry, this should have happened automatically.
Bikram, should I share the presentation from my side?
Yes, please do that.
Yeah,
you can do that. Mr. Tiwari, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Alok, if you have the presentation, you can put it up as well.
Is it visible, sir?
Alok,
is it visual?
No, it is not. It is not visible. Yes, it has come up now. Thank you.
So is it on the screen?
Yes, it is there.
Yes.
Somehow I'm not getting to see it, but I'll just go through that. I'll open my own version. So at the outset, thank you very much. Sir, apologies for this glitch. So if you could, come to the slide number 1 on top, which says indoor experience enhancement key drivers current situation. Is that visible on the screen, please?
Yes, now it is visible.
All right.
It's visible
So,
and first slide
what one is talking about here is the key drivers, what's the current situation and possible solutions. Now, the fact of the matter is, when I began, was that indoor broadband network is so important, as has been already emphasized. Now, the point is that for indoor, unlike outdoor, you need dedicated and customized indoor solutions. And what is very important is, it has been emphasized by TRI in the past so often. How do you have the indoor experience? One is either by wireless.
Okay, now Mr. Tiwati has lost the connection. Could somebody else from his team take over, please? Mr. Tiwari, you are the one making the sharing the screen. Could you carry on with the presentation?
It is now clear that we really have a serious problem of inbuilding access to the communications. Really.
Yes. So one of the solutions which is globally happening, is this fixed wireless access. While you will be able to take fiber to many places, but in the 5G, the earliest deployments of 5G are on fixed wireless access, and this can be provided on 2300, 2600 spectrum onwards, as in lieu of FTTH connection. But what we need is more spectrum. So spectrum is very important as well. Now, commercial viability of this is a bit of a challenge, and a dedicated macro site with distributed antennas for small buildings is something that our members have also experienced. Could you go to the next slide, please? This slide, which is building categorization. So what we indicate here is, there are different categories of buildings. You have public buildings with airports, railway, metros, exhibition centers. Then you have enterprises, which are essentially office buildings or IT parks, university colleges. And there's a mix of public and enterprise, which is like hotel, resorts, and healthcare and all. And of course, there is residential buildings. Now, in all these category of buildings, from our experience, what we have is that other than the residential category, operators have been fairly successful in providing a good mobile coverage in public enterprises category, because those agencies actually interact with the telecom service providers to provide it, because it is a business imperative on both sides. So the enterprise and industry segment proactively engages with the telecom operators. Now, when you come to the residential segment, which is a great point of discussion today, now there we feel there is a significant need for active participation of the builders, RWAs, and operators to build a viable model, and we will be talking about this subsequently. Very importantly is, mobile or digital connectivity has inside a building has to be treated like any other unit, whether it is a gas pipeline or it is a water supply connection or electricity connection. So obviously, when you want inside your room a good light, you either buy a lamp or you buy your own bulb. So it is the individuals who buy that. You can bring the mobile connection inside, but then within the building, there is some investment which has to be done by the individual as well. So what we will talk of now in the next slide is that we have, expectations and challenges would be covered by Mr. Prabhu Gaonkar from Voda. global perspective by Saurabh from Airtel. And then
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
over to you, Anand.
Yeah, am I audible before I want to start?
Yes, I would request Mr. Tiwari and Mr. Tewatia to please switch off the microphone.
Okay, we are good to go. So, this slide basically captures what broadband requirement of a typical household is. We have been speaking about, one needs a good connection, there is a lot of data consumption, but what is it actually? So I have tried to put the typical broadband requirement of a household in a table. Okay, consider a typical household of 4 or 5 members, and what are the different applications they run on their screens. What is the typical speed that per application is required, and what is the data consumption? So I'll not read out each application. There are things like social media. There are internet surfing, email browsing, which would work at a typically 1 or 2 Mbps speed, and is even uh, doable when there is a coverage, when there is a stray coverage inside your house. Now, as the data usage is maturing, everything is shifting to video. There is YouTube, there is Instagram and Netflix and Amazon. Not only video, but a different category of video: 360p, 720p, 1080p, and now 4K. So it will go further when the and this calls for a bigger and higher data speed. Okay, the new thing which is added in the pandemic, everyone has talked about. Official meetings are happening. Kids are learning on video applications, and there are Alexas and printers and so many things getting connected to internet. So, what is the total consumption of a household? Okay, it's no less than 300 GB. I have known couple of cases myself where the consumption is crossing 1000 GB, but those I consider exceptions. And for our discussion today, I would say 300 GB is the consumption of a household. What is the consumption that is delivered by a mobile? One speaker said it is up to maybe 10, 12 GB per month. So, what is our aspiration? First, I mean, we have to be clear in terms of data point. What is our aspiration? Our aspiration is delivering 300 GB per month per household. So it's a big leap. It's a quantum jump. Perhaps home delivering this level of data volumes over a mobile broadband is not being thought of in the rest of the world. We are thinking about it, and it is happening in few select places, but not in general. So what we need to do when we want to massively popularize broadband internet over mobility? Everyone has spoken about the challenges. I would not repeat those. One thing I would like to say here is, unless you have a dedicated solution, you can't experience mobile broadband of this nature. That has been well accepted now. It's no more unknown thing. Everyone knows. Okay, so here I'm to capture the mammoth data volume that we will deliver when we and that too over license spectrum. There are no use cases of delivering this amount of data capacity through a license spectrum for household. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Next click, yeah. Okay, so now that we have measured the consumption that we want to drive, we also realize it can only be done through a customized IBS solution. Now, let's dwell upon what is IBS. Okay, it's sometimes okay. In old era, IBS was nothing but an amplifier. You buy a small device, you pick up the signal from outside, and you throw it inside. You cover few rooms, and that was called IBS. The second stage of IBS came where you again would pick up the signal from a rooftop and then again distribute it through dedicated cabling, through a cabling mesh. Again, this is enough, it is not carrying capacity. The IBSs of today have to be with capacity, and when the capacity, there comes spectrum, there comes dedicated BTS. So today we cannot even think of a IBS without a dedicated BTS. In my top table, I'm comparing a BTS, okay, which delivers a coverage in a typical outdoor environment. I'm assuming it covers typically a distance of 700 meters by 700 meters, and that translates to around half a square kilometer area. So that is my output of a BTS. It'll cater to a population moving around that area. When I use the same BTS for a particular building, let's say which is housing 100 flats or 150 flats, and the footprint of it is 300 by 200 meters, the footprint I am catering by using that BTS is reduces to 12% with respect to macro BTS. Now, what it translates to? It translates to a massive deployments of BTSs, okay, the per square kilometer, 10x. The requirement goes 10x. So this is the one point that clearly comes out. Now that we identify that the BTS footprint is going to be 10x, I mean, we can't work on the same traditional model of putting up a pole or rental arrangements. We have to think out of the box. I've tried to capture in the table below what are the typical challenges when we want to dedicate a BTS for a building. Of course, it's a very high capex. Operators would absorb that 10x requirement of capex in terms of BTS alone. That needs to be debated. Okay, deploy a BTS. If you are not able to fire the sufficient spectrum out of your BTS, you may not be able to deliver the required capacity. Let's say our speeds of 20 Mbps or 300 GB per household. So you, along with the BTS, you need to fire sufficient spectrum. So these are from operators' part. Now, assume we have BTS available, and what would be the next challenge? In India, ecosystem yet. It could be ecosystem absence of ecosystem could be because of so many things. There is no desire or willingness from the residents to opt for this kind of solution, and there is a reason for it why there is no desire. Because there was never a need, they could manage it. Now slowly people are realizing that without mobile broadband, people will not survive. I mean, their day-to-day business will hamper. So how do we bring awareness among the residential societies, apartments, that they can look for this solution, they can collaborate with operators themselves, and they can very well demand it and they can get it. There are no use cases in the country for anyone to show, any stakeholder to show it to each other and build confidence. So this, I'm sure this will pick up with few buildings coming up, and people are kind of worried about mobile antenna over their heads or over their roofs. It is slowly dying though, but this still remains a concern. Okay, what could be the enablers? We can't talk of problems alone. Possible enablers is like how to take care of this mammoth capex, where one BTS will be shared by only 100 people. So what could be the capex model? That needs to be dwelled upon. We need to discuss, educate all the stakeholders, and maybe like all the utility costs, people, share the capex cost. Same model can be worked out. The model which is amicable for all needs to be discussed. Okay, and from government side, what we could think of is there could be a possibly dedication of a spectrum for home broadband use. Okay, when there is a BTS, if it transmits X spectrum, it can deliver, let's say, a few thousand GBs, and the same very setup, if it adds some spectrum, then the speeds will double up, the payloads will double up. So this is also one of the concepts I want to highlight. Okay, next slide, please. So we talked what is the consumption. We agreed IBS is a requirement. We agreed IBS is a customized solution. We saw in our last slide BTS is of prime importance as a part of IBS. There are two more things which I'm going to discuss in the next slide. The second one is One more click, please. Yeah. The second important thing in delivering this experience is a fiber backhaul. Today, we cannot think of a microwave backhaul delivering these kind of capacities. So, unless every building is having a optical fiber termination, okay, so then we just can't think of delivering this experience. Now, in India, we know very well the capex involved in optical fiber deployment is massive, and it varies from place to place. It's very time taking. Situation is definitely improving on the ground, but once we treat this optical fiber requirement as a basic utility, as all eminent speakers have mentioned already, as a pipeline or as a gas line, I think things will be sorted out. It shouldn't be looked upon as a revenue generating opportunity, which in some cases we can clearly see. Now, what are the challenges in optical fiber cabling? Practically every street will have to have a OFC cable on either side. Practically every building compound will have a OFC reachability in 50 meters. Now we assume that is done. If the fiber is at the building premise entrance, and if it does not reach the society, then again you are stuck. You can't deploy IBS. So societies, builders are getting aware of these situations. Slowly the awareness is increasing, and by default, if the fiber termination does not reach the building base, this cannot happen. So this has to happen proactively, whether IBS happens or not. This has to happen, and it is happening, and maybe building an ecosystem around it, education, discussion among stakeholders, various workshops will be able to, I think, reach there. But today it remains a challenge. It is moving, but not quickly enough. Okay, so we have covered two aspects of IBS. Now there is a third aspect of IBS. Next slide, please, Vikram. Okay, so this third important aspect of IBS is the wiring. Now, typically when we think of deploying 100 IBSs, we have seen only 5 to 10 will go through, remaining 80 will not materialize. And one of the important aspects is cabling. People would not want to allow the cabling running, visible cabling running into their apartment premises. Okay, when they see the hundreds of meters of cable rolls being brought into the society, they are slightly reserved. There is no comfort there. So there are two challenges. One is how do we facilitate wiring of existing buildings, and one, how do we facilitate provision of wiring in the new building. As eminent speakers earlier have said that this has to be a part of utility. Once everyone agrees it is a part of utility, I think it will be taken care of. Existing buildings may be handled by deploying innovative situations. Today, it is not a situation that we are putting those big cables, half-inch corrugated cables. There are solutions which use Ethernet cables. There are solutions which use OFC cables. But then cost is a concern. But we believe once the massive level deployments happen, cost also will be taken care of. Deploying IBS, let's take an example of a 40 floor or 30 floor building, is a very time consuming. It does not take less than 2 to 3 months for wiring up a building. And it's not a wiring, it's not a simple wiring, it's a design. It's a proper RF design. Lot of active elements are involved, couplers, splitters, and other electronics is involved. For a layman, we can say as if it is a wiring of a DTH service. It's much higher than that. So unless you do it beforehand, in the false ceiling or before the apartment is made ready, practically we have seen it's impossible to convince residents. Although residents want the mobile broadband, they may not be in a position to allow the wiring. So what could be the possible enablers? We have discussed this. Everyone has said that the new buildings should consider this as a basic necessity, and okay, the respective capex sharing can be passed on to the stakeholders so that it's not a burden on any single stakeholder. The challenge remains for existing buildings. Building societies uh, should be educated enough that it is for their betterment. It is their requirement, and it is not something which operators want to enforce upon them. It's not a only revenue generating opportunity. For that matter, if you do some Excel calculations today, vis-a-vis what is the cost that is involved in IBS solution, considering all the aspects or capex, opex, and what is the revenue you are going out of it, most of the IBSs deployed in the country would be underperforming, would not be justifying the business case. So this is the big question we need to crack. And I think once all the stakeholders sit together and agree to discuss, I think most of the things can be sorted out.
So, Alok,
thank you. This was what I request
thank you
Alok
very much.
to take care.
Anand, thank you very much. With that, we will now turn to Alok. So Alok will show us some existing approaches and use cases that they've got. These are the people on the ground who are on a daily basis implementing these solutions, and they will be presenting what the challenges practically they face and what suggested measures. Over to you, Alok. Alok, you may begin. Alok, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, Vikram sir. I'm just going through a couple of slides, just illustrating what is the current approach of covering these high-rise residential societies. Since there is no provision to have a telecom infrastructure built from the very initial stage of these apartments, most of the approach is reactive in nature. So there are two approaches for providing coverage. One is using existing backhaul FTTX as a backhaul for dedicated small cells put in individual flats. This is basically very good solution which will provide dedicated indoor coverage for particular flats, covering all the flats and outdoor areas, and it will use existing FTTH or fiber as a backhaul. But bad thing with this is that we need, as we as an operator need a permission from RWA, and it demands high rentals for that, and capex deployment for using dedicated small cell is very high. Other approach is to just use existing telecom infrastructure built nearby sites or with permission in the same society, using existing InnoDB site or BTS site with some dedicated narrow beam antennas directing towards the individual high-rise towers. Benefit with this solution is that this solution comes from the traditional InnoDB. Specialized antenna are used which are focused toward the individual buildings, and as per the requirement we can go for the camouflage solutions also. Again, issue with this is high rental demand and permission from the specific societies, but with this provision there will be limited coverage. There will be some flats which are far side of the antenna may face coverage issue. In this particular slide, this entire area is showing a Vatika city of Gurgaon, which is spread into 37 acres of the area, and having 26 towers, and these towers are of G plus 18 heights. The society has provided permission, and this entire society has been covered by 43 number of dedicated small cells installed on the rooftop, and directions are directed towards individual towers. So there has been very good coverage. Only some limitation is in basement. Otherwise, most of the flats in the towers are well covered. In this particular society of Pinnacle, again from Gurgaon, there is no permission from RWA side, but based on the initial survey, we have proposed a dedicated e-node website with narrow beam antenna pointing towards the individual high-rise apartments. But existing status is not as we are discussing, because there is a lack of permission from Dole. Even people residing here are willing to pay, but RWA is not cooperative enough for this particular dedicated solutions. This is again society of Gore City. This is again spread into 76 acre, and multiple high-rise towers are there. Again, there is permission issue from this, but this area is very large, and there are 7-8 number of dedicated e-node sites are there. So we have just used existing e-node site with some 5-6 number of narrow wave antennas pointed towards the individual towers to cover this. The coverage in this particular society is also good. Even we do not have a permission from society. If they permit, coverage can be further enhanced, even in indoor also and basement also. Again, the same kind of example is this JM Aroma of Noida. No permission from RWA. Even people are interested for good coverage, but we can provide coverage if permissions are there with considerable rental demands, with again narrow beam antennas. Based on this provision of the solutions, these are the buildings from the Gurgaon area. The first 4 buildings shows good coverage because there is dedicated provision for coverage. Either by the permission of the society, we have put dedicated small cells, or they have at least they are permitted to put dedicated cow sites. This cow site is basically we are using as a macro sites, and we have put some additional narrow beam antenna also. But rest of the society are covered from the surrounding existing e-node B. So coverage are either average or very poor in this society, because there is no dedicated provision. Same is the case for high-rise apartments in Noida also, Faridabad also. That's all from my side. And now we can go to Saurabh Saraswat.
So thank you very much. Before we request Saurabh, I just want to highlight to the audience, the fact of the matter is, when there is cooperation between the RWA and the telecom operators, you see there is an ability to provide good coverage. And individual owners are also willing to pay for that. It is akin to the example of the street light. So when signals are reaching, but within the apartment there is the willingness of individuals to pay for it. And the other part was now all these examples, if you see, are retrofit. And all these societies or high-rise buildings have already been constructed. So despite the fact that we had a building code of 16 and it was there in terms of policy or in terms of how it has to be done, the fact is whether it did manifest itself on ground to facilitate the broadband coverage or data service coverage. So that is a point that as a follow-up of today's discussion, we will need to review in policy terms how do we address this issue. Now, with that, we'll request Saurabh to present some global perspectives. Over to you, Saurabh.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram, Mr. Vajpayee, for giving us this opportunity to talk about in-building. I also appreciate all the people who have joined here and discussing about this important subject. I think this is a very important subject, and we all have to discuss and think on different perspective from different people. Now, in next few slides, I'll take you through a few of the global perspectives and examples how globally people are working on in order to ensure in-building QoS and enhancing the in-building coverage. and we will also, see how we can create an example. We have taken one example here is of US. This is one of the international airport which has been covered with one common indoor small cell solution from one of the is actually deployed by one of the operator, where the benefit of doing this particular piece is that uh, they are saving the capex, they are saving the opex, and one particular equipment is able to serve multiple operators mobile services. So this is another approach of US telecom regulatory body. They have mentioned couple of points in their instructions in one of the guideline, where what they are saying is they are instructing to their state and local government authorities to ensure that the cost any infrastructure sharing or allowing any fiber laying or backhaul solution, the cost has to be very reasonable, and there should be no additional cost. There should be clear cut prohibition in terms of charging excessive fees. And the second is received from TSP. So what they are saying is that there has to be 60 days time frame whether this has to be approved or this has to be rejected. So I think one of the takeaway from this particular slide is coming in a way is that can we also assess how can we eliminate the complexity of accessing street furnitures and poles to deploy either small cells or maybe in-building solutions or similar solution where we can ensure the in-building QoS can be met. Next. So this is another example from Europe Electronic Communication Code. So they have made a 28 members a committee where they are assessing few of the points, and they are coming up with that how can they enhance the smaller solutions and the new solutions like small cells, outdoor small cells, in-building solutions, indoor small cells, and how can they ensure that the individual town planning can be separate, but the overall small cells rollout, irrespective of number of locations or irrespective of number of cities, can be given in one go. So, and the second point is again the cost associated with the small cell deployment should be transparent. So these are the couple of points which they are also talking about, so that in terms of scaling up the small cells, they can also relook on the policy perspective, and they can also instruct the local people or developers and builders to ensure that how they can also ensure that all the planning of mobility services has to happen before even the construction of building. So one of the point coming from this particular slide is that can we also assess that the planning of mobile services can happen even before the building is constructed. The current model is in our country is that the buildings are constructed and then we are going for permissions and we are deploying for indoor solutions. This is something which is one of the bigger challenge in front of all the stakeholders present here and all the people, but or maybe tower companies are also facing few of the challenges in terms of getting permissions on right time. So one point which is coming here is that can we assess that the planning of mobility services can happen even before building is constructed? Next. So here we have, shown a few of the pictures of global deployments of different solutions. On the left side of the corner, you can see that there are few coffee shops where femtocells have been deployed. On the middle of one of the picture is shown on the top where one of the B2B building, maybe office is covered with IBS and indoor small cell. So and so one of the key point here is that if you look at from all these pictures, it is realized that all such deployments need quick permissions and public infrastructure to be shared if we really want to enhance our indoor buildings, because these solutions, let's talk about outdoor small cells, have to be deployed on public infrastructures so that we would be able to scale up the solutions, and we will be able to give mobility services as faster as we require. So, from this particular slide, one point is can we reassess that if we can have one-time approvals for all the permissions, if our builders, RWA, construction companies, municipalities, and developers can think of, the mobility services requirement from day zero rather than TOCO companies, and we are going to them and asking, okay, we have to deploy our mobile services, and then they are giving us permission. I think it is all about from our side. Thank you very much. We really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. So that was very nicely put. The fact of the matter is that the countries are seized of this aspect of making, making policy measures so that in-building coverage can be done. Just as an example, I can cite in Japan, what they've done is that every traffic light is being asked to allow a small cell. Notwithstanding that, I will just try and put together a summary of much of what has been said in a very quick manner. So if you go to the next one, please, Alok. Now here you see what is the collaboration required from the different stakeholders. So the builder and the telecom service provider, the telecom service provider with the tower company with the builder as well, and the architects, civil engineering, and RF engineering. All this has to work in a harmonious manner to facilitate, cooperative measures are taken to enhance in-building coverage. Now, a lot has been said. One of the things is, before you even get a building plan approved, the involvement of the RF engineer, like you have the sewage engineer or the water supply or the electricity engineers, it now become an imperative that the RF engineering plan has to be factored into the building plan ab initio, right from the beginning, just like you do for the other. Please go back. Thank you. Now, these teams will have to coordinate with the architecture, and the next thing that we say is one possibility is where if there is a common place or a platform or a website where any builder who is or an individual who is making out his his building plan can put up his building plan there, and you can have RF engineers empaneled who can come and help you deploy, whether it is group builders or even individual people or constructing their own houses, right? This would certainly facilitate matters. Okay, next please. Now here, what is the developer-builder approach? Who should approach? Should the telco approach the builder-developer or the other way? Now, our suggestion is that it has to be done in a harmonious manner between the two. The point is that we need a common platform, where both the builder can put their building plans and the telcos and the tower companies can access that and have a conversation as to how you can facilitate both the things, right? So these are some of the things, and the telecom operator could therefore be able to deploy active network elements. And very importantly, in the retrofitting, it becomes more difficult for maintenance and network optimization. Whereas if the layout of the telecom, facilities or telecom network elements like the electricity or the water supply or the sewage, if it is done ab initio, the maintenance, and optimization is much more convenient. The same approach has to be applied to whether it is the fiber or the wireless infrastructure inside the building, right? And of course, enough has been said. you don't charge the power company or the electricity company on an annual renewable rental, by RWAs, right, or by the local municipal bodies for that matter. So it has to be that digital services actually facilitate a lot of efficiency in whatever work you do, and that should be the approach, and not trying to extract money upfront. Next, please. Here, what we are, highlighting the expectations from the builder. At the cost of repetition, ab initio planning, which facilitates a plug and play. For example, if an individual on the 10th floor with 4 apartments wants one telco to telco broadband services, and my neighbor wants somebody else's, all that is required is you just go to the basement and you have a plug and play, and competition is still maintained. A very important part, I think this was also mentioned by Taipa, is that the power supply arrangements for all this, it should be similar to whatever is the other power supply being given, and not treated separately as a commercial part, right? And while we have the building code, but again, the statutory requirements of approval is very important. Next, please. Now, here again, how do you involve the concerned people at an early stage, so that it can be the solution for in-building can be done ab initio. So one is, initially Anand said, what is the typical consumption of data has been highlighted. Now, if we know that is the typical consumption of data for a family inside buildings, whether it is urban or rural, there was a question about rural. Now, video is one of the most, most viable and most enabling factors for rural education. And now with the internet services in multiple languages, so again, in the rural or non-urban setups, data requirements will continue to be high, and this is something that we need to address. Now, the radio, what we are saying is that the radio design engineer should be factored into the building design for enabling the data service coverage requirements, just like the other utility engineers are there. And of course, we need, as an outcome of today's discussion, hopefully this will manifest itself into some processes and guidelines, whether it is like a FAQ on the TRAI website, FAQs on the Urban Affairs website, or or on the municipal bodies as to what is required for facilitating good data services inside buildings. Next, please. Now, here the question will come up, okay, whom does the builder approach in terms of, who is a certified RF planner? So our suggestion is there could be, one could examine a website which could be created where where companies can enlist, and they are like, certified companies. It is something like, for laboratories, you have an NABL certification. So maybe a certification program for RF engineers, so that the builders or individuals making their own houses have a place to go to engage with a certified RF planner. And of course, skill building in schools and colleges if there's a market demand. Next, please. So here is a thing that very often, in the field we encounter. This is about EMF exposure. TRAI is very well seized of it. What we would, as part of the outcome, maybe the Urban Affairs Ministry on their own site and part of their guidelines, if they can, use the existing facilities and the policy provisions for EMF exposure. And of course, we do highlight current Sanchar. Any individual can go and check what the level is there. But particular and dedicated effort is required for RWAs to understand this part, because that is certainly, you want your water supply tap, the moment you turn on the tap, the water should run, right? But if you say that I do not want a water tank on my rooftop, obviously you're working at cross purposes. The same applies for a mobile coverage. If you want signals into your mobile or in building, you do need to have the telecom infrastructure in terms of towers or fiber out there. Of course, it's been said earlier as part of data regulations. Next, please. Now, this all we are saying is everybody has to have a mutually supportive, approach to this. It cannot be left to anyone, either the builder or the tower company or even the policy planner. Everybody has to work in support of each other. And this is a very good thing that TRA has done today, and Urban Affairs, Housing Affairs Ministry has done to have this conversation today. Next, please. I mean, this, I won't dwell on it in detail, but the fact of the matter is, except our members have highlighted, this comes at a cost, right? Now, who is going to be willing to pay for the cost? What we are hearing is there are a large number of individual residents who are keen to pay up for, enhancing in-building coverage. However, it has to be, with the help of the RWA, so that there is a common solution. X square feet of space with the 300 to 800 Gbps per month. What is the network coverage? And people are ready to, pay up for that. Next, please. In this, what I would like to highlight is, one is the single window clearance, because even going to the RWAs or to the municipal bodies, there are multiple trips and time for approvals is a challenge. The good news is that the state, under the National Broadband Mission, the state broadband committees have been formed, and as a part of that committee, you have the Urban Affairs Secretary as one of the members, and the Power Supply Secretary as one of the members. So far there was not much of an institutional mechanism to engage with the state and local municipal bodies, but we are looking forward to the workings of the state broadband committees as the platform which would facilitate a lot of these speed breakers that we've had so far. And last, an important point which we have found and highlighted more so in the COVID terms is, in terms of servicing a site or servicing the in-building thing, permissions to our engineers and technicians should be accorded. Otherwise, what happens is, you say, okay, you visit only Monday through Friday, and if you have a glitch on a weekend, then you're not, the site does not give you access. So these are some practical things which are a bit of a challenge, right? That's it from our side at COI and from our members. We thought we'd take this opportunity to present these, and we'd be happy to take any questions that come up. Thank you very much.
And thank you to others. If there are any questions, first of all, Mr. Tewatia, can you switch off your microphone? There's feedback from your...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now, if there are questions, yes, there is one question. Yeah, let's go on. Mr. Manoj Singh has a question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Please go ahead.
So, sir, rather it is not a question, rather some proposal basis the submission made by this Vikram and team. So, Sunil sir, आपने ही last review में कहा था कि as a customer, if I want to buy the kind of service which I can afford, I should be free to buy provided we have an offer. So on that note probably, and SK गुप्ता जी मैं आपको सबमिट करना चाहता हूँ ये कि एक बहुत अच्छा शर्मा जी एक एग्जांपल दे के गए कि सड़क पर हेलोजन बल्ब जल रहा है और उससे घर में प्रकाश कैसे आएगा, तो उसके लिए हमको इंटरनल व्यवस्था करनी पड़ेगी. तो उस पावर सेक्टर का एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ. सिमिलर सिचुएशन सर आज के पहले पावर सेक्टर की थी और उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छा मॉडल इवॉल्व किया जिसको हमको शेयर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के रूप में लेना चाहिए. सेम सिचुएशन थी कि ट्रांसफार्मर का बर्डन कौन उठाएगा, एंड एवरीबडी वाज हैविंग ए इंक्रीजिंग पावर डिमांड द वे वी हैव ए इंक्रीजिंग डेटा डिमांड टुडे, एंड दैट एट दैट टाइम पावर सेक्टर टुक ए कॉल दैट 100 किलोवाट के ऊपर का कनेक्शन है तो ट्रांसफार्मर का बर्डन आप बियर करोगे. टुडे इन एनी ऑफ द RWA power transformer is not provided by discoms, they are being owned by RWA themselves. On a similar note, यदि हम अपनी पॉलिसीज को ऐसा इनेबल कर दें कि चाहे वो BTS 100 घर के लिए हो या एक बहुत बड़ा घर है जिसके डेडिकेटेड घर के लिए हो, हमको पॉलिसी से इनेबल करिए सर कि जिसका डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा है. अभी डिस्कशन आलोक तिवारी जी कर रहे थे कि कैपेक्स का डेंसिफिकेशन बहुत BTS का करना पड़ेगा, तो कैपेक्स कहां से आएगा? लीव इट टू द कंज्यूमर. यदि कंज्यूमर का डिमांड ज्यादा है वो इन्वेस्ट करेगा। आज ना तो पावर वाला ना तो पानी वाला आपके घर में आकर के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं करता, एक सप्लाई पॉइंट पे लाके छोड़ देता है। एंड जो सुनील वाजपेयी जी ने मुझसे कहा था कि मेरी नीड अलग है, मेरे पड़ोसी की नीड अलग है, आई कैन अफोर्ड बट आई डोंट हैव ए प्रोडक्ट टू बाय। ये प्रोडक्ट बाय करने का एग्जांपल तब होगा जब हम पॉलिसी से इनेबल करेंगे कि मेरी डिमांड यदि 100 GB की है या मेरी डिमांड 1000 GB की है, मैं उस हिसाब से अपना बीटीएस बाय करूंगा। इनेबलमेंट बैकहॉल जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, आज भी डिस्कॉम्स में transmission lines are owned by discoms. So on a backhaul basis, the service provider should take a responsibility, and then this capex burden will be spread among the users, and this is the only way. And on a last note, what I am trying to convince the forum is, similar is the situation with EV nowadays. यदि डिस्कॉम सोचेंगे कि मैं ईवी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे दूं, या गाड़ी मैन्युफैक्चरर ईवी वाला सोचेगा कि मैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे दूं, ये ईवी कभी इवॉल्व नहीं होगी। अंत में उन्होंने क्या किया, यूजर्स को कह दिया कि आप अपना अपना चार्जिंग स्टेशन अपने घर में लगा लो। So on that note, I would just submit that please think on those lines, sir, so that user, and if not user, the service providers, means infra providers, should be enabled to share this capex burden and provide the customer like Sunil Bajpayee ji, that who is capable to buy, ready to buy, should have a product to buy. That's my submission is.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. It's not a question. He had a comment to make, so we welcome that comment, and thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts. If there are any other in the audience who would like to ask a question.
But my question coming up, one point let me add is that,
No, please wait. There are questions. Oh, there is not a question. There's a suggestion that came. There's a raised hand. So, Mr. Dayanand. Mr. Dayanand, you can ask your question.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, actually,
the
ahead. Thing is like everyone is looking forward to have the, what you can say, the infrastructure, the 4G and 5G infrastructure from outside country, right? So can we have a provision so that the infrastructure what we are trying to build in terms of small cell as well as the macro site, can we have a the overall plan to make in India the overall what you can say the product? We can say the overall market is such that we can have a product made in-house in our country rather than buying from other resources.
So to whom is this question addressed here specifically among the speakers?
The operators, like all the three operators are present here, like the Jio, Airtel and VIL, so that the joint initiative can have the product development in-house, not buying from other countries.
So let me try and speak on behalf of the operators. So Dayanandji, we are completely happy and open to any product which is made here. It is a market-driven thing, right? And any of our members would be, they are on a continuous lookout of whatever product that is available, and the cost of reduction in the cost of a small cell or an in-building solution is a thing. So if there are any companies who are keen, I'm sure you can please reach out to the telecom service providers. The fact of the matter is, a lot of the in-building is consumed over a Wi-Fi access point. So the Wi-Fi access point is a big market, and I'm sure there are enough people manufacturing this here in India. I hope that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. So there's one last question from Mr. Sudarshan Kushkur. Mr. Kushkur, you can ask.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to from Bangalore. And a couple of my observations is that while of late all the major builders have been complying with more or less the requirements of the broadband connectivity as such, the major challenge still lies with the mobile connectivity, the traditional mobile connectivity, which has a problem. because of the comprehensions with the radiation issue, which still continues to linger upon in every urban area, as a result of which the coverage is a little bit of a problem, and somehow the operators do not show much interest to improve mobile coverage for these kind of residential complexes on a special program. Whereas I have observed that in the past, a couple of my interactions with elsewhere in the world, the local bodies, the government bodies, when they make a decision based on all the inputs, that becomes mandatory, and that is not questioned by any other part of the society, like the individual residents or any other agency who is involved in this work. When the rule is passed by the nodal body, it becomes a mandate on everybody to comply with that. As a result, there are no major issues to implement solutions once this mandate comes through. The second is
Mr. Kushku, the point you make about other countries and how they are managing it and how they are able to do, I would like to inform you, and I'd like to inform everybody who's hearing right now, that the next session, just after lunch, has the speakers from Singapore and Europe and America, and we would hear from them directly as to how do they solve the problems that that we have not been able to solve here because of various reasons. So we'll get to hear directly from them.
I have one last point to submit. My request is that in the past, the government orders were made by TRAI and the Government of India in such a way that at the end of each order, there would be one small clause leaving some authority to a local body like a municipal corporation or a state government, which would completely nullify the very essence of the order. As a result, while we went ahead with the major orders, some local body would put their spanner into the whole program and derail us completely. My request is that in this IBS QoS program, the orders that would really be passed in future by the TRAI and the Government of India, let there not be such clauses that some local body starts putting any kind of obstruction to this.
Okay.
We should have very open, very clear mandates on this.
Okay. Thank you very much for that caution. Thanks a lot. Now, I would request Mr. Gupta to ask his question.
Thank you, Mr. Bajpayee. It is not a question, but a comment. First of all, I am quite happy that the seminar or workshop has done a great work to enlighten the people and the problems which we are facing in this particular area and the eagerness to resolve this particular issue. Just one point I want to make very clear, that while there is a requirement of mandate that all builders and all these things should follow that, there has to be a proper method of coordination between different stakeholders and different agencies, and particularly the business model. It is not correct to say that all the builders are not interested to provide the infrastructure for the good telecom services, but there is a no well-defined framework under which they can cooperate or coordinate with the telecom service provider and long-term maintenance thereon, and how this thing can be provided. So it has to be encompasses solution where there is a mandate to the building owners that they should provide adequate facilities for telecom services. There should also be equivalent opportunities and agencies available who will be providing the telecom network and maintaining it for long, and their business model which has to be charged from the RWAs or the owner of the houses rather than putting the burden on the telecom service provider. That's a short comment, and that is very important point which has to be kept in mind while developing the future course of solution to this particular problem. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Mr. Tejatia.
So,
quickly, if you can.
Picking up on what Secretary Gupta Sahab just said, you see, when any individual goes to buy apartment, so to say, so you get that brochure, right? And in the brochure, they give out the specifications. Okay, the sanitary fittings will be Jaguar and Italian marble and this and that. I think, and similar to what in the tariff that we do to TRAI, where we have adequate details to the tariff plan subscriber. So as part of a policy thing, that as part of the communication given to by the builders, it include in addition to the sanitary water fitting specifications, the specifications required for the data service coverage in that particular apartment. So that would be an institutionalized method of approaching this. That was a suggestion.
Mr. Tipatia, this is a point of deliberation. It's a very crucial point, and we had to deliberate and come out on that. And that is why this particular workshop is being conducted. So I think this point has to be kept in mind. There are quite a few more sessions where international experience will be shown, and thereafter a small group can be formed to just brainstorm and come up with some solution. That is what Mr. Bajpayee is working on, and I think this point has to be kept in mind. That's all at this point of time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, very true, very true. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers, to all the participants and those who came up to ask questions. Thanks to all of you. We will end the session here now. Mr. Pradeep Rao, can I seek your permission to close the session now?
Yeah, I think we are already running behind time. So
yeah, we are running behind time. That's right, sir. We have run more than an hour behind time. Fortunately, we had kept time for lunch, adequate time. But we want to be back at 3 o'clock to listen to the international experts about what solutions they are offering and how they solve their problems. And so let's be back and benefit from that. From their experience. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all to the speakers and all our participants.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll get through it.
So welcome back, all of you, to the last session, and I'm sure it will be an interesting session for all of you. The first speaker that we have is Dr. Chris Kimbrough. She served as the CBRE's Global Technology Solutions Director in the Building Technology Services Division, which provided building connectivity, rooftop management, digital mapping services, and consultancy services to CBRE managed and owned properties. She spearheaded the vendor relations, digital mapping services, and the in-building cellular solutions programs. Dr. Kimbrough has 10 years of experience in the technology infrastructure industry. After starting her career in telecommunications and regulatory, she moved into program management role for a nationwide site acquisition services company. Upon joining CBRE in 2015, Ms. Kimbrough headed the Telecommunications National Environmental Policy Act regulatory program. She transitioned to a focus on in-building solutions in 2016, leading the development of the in-building solutions program. As part of her role, she has been frequently asked to speak to trade organizations and has become one of the most sought-after speakers in the industry. The technical experience ranges from regulatory compliance and site acquisition strategies for telecommunication sites to technical consultancy on in-building solutions. Prior to her telecom-focused career, she was professionally engaged as an anthropologist, as both an academic and researcher. If I'm not mistaken, the PhD is in anthropology. Is that true, Dr. Kimbrough?
That is, you are correct. I'm actually my degree is in anthropology, but I'm an archaeologist by trade, so I know how to dig a good hole.
So thank you very much, and over to you. We are eager to listen to your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here today. I'm so happy to see everyone. I'm sorry I didn't get to sit through the whole day, but it was the middle of the night for me, so happy to be here now. Some really interesting content earlier. I was happy to join in. So I just wanted to give my perspective today from what's going on in the U.S. in terms of in-building solutions. And I wanted to kind of set the stage a little bit here, just talk about the regulatory framework, and then move into kind of the drivers, what's driving in-building solutions in the U.S., and how they're being deployed, and then after giving you some background on that, I just wanted to share some of my personal experiences, some of the things that I've been doing over the past couple of years, and how this is playing out in the real world. So just to get started, just a brief very high level overview of the regulatory framework in the U.S. It's really, and I do mean brief, it is really, driven by the Federal Communications, by the FCC, but the regulation for the FCC is mostly around health and safety and the deployment of spectrum, the control of spectrum. It also is a little bit regulated by the FAA and also local municipalities, but the FAA really comes in when you're talking about the outdoor network, cell towers and antennas, and making sure that airplanes don't hit, any of the infrastructure. But primarily the FCC is in charge in the United States. Under the current administration, I'm sure everybody's heard a lot about our current administration. It's a fairly laissez-faire attitude towards, very hands-off attitude towards regulation. They have been stepping in recently to, expedite the deployment of broadband and 5G. Some of the examples of that is there's a very recent ruling around what municipalities can charge for rents for small cells going on, light poles and other municipal infrastructure across the U.S. The auction just finished for priority access licenses for the CBRS spectrum, which is, specific to the U.S. But the goal there was to enable private enterprise to become involved in the deployment of broadband across the U.S., of connectivity. And then they also mandate, to a certain extent, emergency responder connectivity. A lot of that was driven by, post 9/11. There is, AT&T is currently deploying FirstNet across the United States. So they have stepped in to make sure that first responders and other emergency personnel, have connectivity. But otherwise, very much, allowing the market forces and private industry to drive deployment of connectivity across the U.S. When it comes to smart buildings and in-building infrastructure, there's really very little oversight. It's not like the FCC has mandated that, there has to be connectivity in buildings for, personal use or business use. So it really is very much left to the private sector. Which is, you'll see later in my presentation when I talk about how we're deploying in building, it really is coming down to, who's got the money and, where this, who has the ability to and the drive to deploy in building. A lot of discussion about quality of service and quality of experience today. Quality of service in the U.S. is really driven by the carriers and private companies. There are certain, performance standards that are issued by the FCC, but it's very much driven by competition in the marketplace. The carriers have a vested interest in having, we now have, we'll soon technically have 4 carriers again in the U.S., with Dish entering the marketplace and building out their network. There's, extreme competition, as I'm sure there is all over the world, for, users. And so the carriers in the U.S., have a vested interest in maintaining their outdoor networks to a standard that allows for quality of service. In building, it's been interesting because a lot of in-building service has been driven by tenants in the past. So tenants coming into specific buildings and needing service, and they've been driving that need for quality of service in the building. That is changing, and you're seeing a shift. It's not it's not uniform everywhere, but you are seeing a shift from tenants driving that need directly to ownership of buildings and management of buildings driving the desire to have in-building service. There's a variety of reasons for that, but it really comes down to in commercial real estate, the value of a building is driven by your rents. You've got to have tenants in the building in order to make money. I think we're all seeing the impact of COVID on commercial real estate, and people aren't paying rents, and that's decreasing the values of buildings. But so it's driven by rents, and so there's a lot of competition for tenants in the U.S. to get tenants into the building, U.S. and elsewhere, to get tenants into buildings, to keep tenants in buildings, to keep those values of those properties increasing. So ownership is now come to the conclusion in a lot of places that they are going to have to start investing in building infrastructure to improve connectivity and quality of service, in order to maintain and increase the value of their properties. But I think, and this is my anthropology speaking, but it's also based on my experience over the past several years. We're really, when we're talking about bringing quality of service, you know what? I just had somebody note that I forgot to share my screen. I apologize. Let me real quick, and it's not letting me share.
Are you using the Chrome browser?
Yeah, I got it. Here we go. Sorry about that. So when we're talking about, quality of service, it's driven by, like I said, it's driven a lot by competition in the marketplace. But when we start talking about quality of experience, it's really driven by people. And it's, one of the examples that, I like to give that's everybody knows is like, I can have 5 bars on my phone, and that's quality of service. But then I can't use, I've got an overloaded network, and those 5 bars aren't really serving me well, and there is no quality of experience. In building, where 80% of the cellular traffic in the U.S. originated pre-COVID, I'm sure that is higher now. Occupants really want a reliable connectivity experience. And there is this disconnect between wanting that quality of experience and wanting to provide that quality of experience and who's responsible for it. So I'll get into that a little later, but that who's responsible for the quality of experience in buildings is really evolving here in the U.S. It used to be that if you were looking for quality of experience in a building that you would complain to the carrier, but the carriers, have pushed a lot of that responsibility back on the marketplace. There are a couple of challenges in terms of connectivity that I want to address in the United States. And I think that these are, also global in reach, but it's especially with the advent of COVID, you're seeing a lot of this come to the forefront in the U.S. So one of the challenges that we have with bringing connectivity into buildings in the U.S. and bringing that quality of experience is this digital divide is really most pronounced between urban and rural areas. And you see, I lived, for instance, in an area of upstate New York. So I lived about 2 hours north of New York City. And I had been in New York City, was used to having all this fabulous connectivity. I moved out to the countryside, and suddenly it became very difficult to find the connectivity that I needed. And there were businesses that weren't able to operate because of just the lack of connectivity out in the countryside. COVID is really bringing that to the forefront in the U.S. There are stories every day about children sitting, I saw one the other day, children sitting in a fast food restaurant parking lot on the curb trying to do their homework because that was the only place that they could get reliable Wi-Fi. So in the U.S., you do see this urban-rural divide. You also see it within cities where, you know, there are certain neighborhoods where the networks haven't been built out, or, you know, there isn't the income level to be able to afford, you know, Wi-Fi connectivity in buildings. So it's really a big problem that I think everybody's trying to tackle. You know, a lot of it comes down to the traditional ARPU models just don't play out in these communities, so it makes it difficult for carriers to justify the cost of building out. So that applies both to the outdoor and the in-building networks, in-building connectivity. And so we really need to explore new business models, and I'll talk about that briefly later, but new business models that allow for build out in these markets. The other challenge is that, again, ARPU doesn't play out in in-building spaces, but it's becoming increasingly important to have this, you know, connectivity in-building spaces. So again, you know, as the speakers mentioned earlier, there is this need to have this in-building connectivity, but it's very difficult for the major telecom carriers to justify the cost. So that's one of the things those two of the things we've been struggling with in the U.S. And there have been a variety of ways that we've started to try to tackle this and get this connectivity in buildings. One is that there are and cross the digital divide. And one is that the government has provided some funding for connectivity build outs in rural and underserved communities. For instance, I did benefit from a government grant that brought me fiber to my house. There is some government funding available for this, but of course it's just not enough to reach everywhere in the U.S. So really struggling with that right now. And again, COVID-19 really brought that to the forefront. And so now everybody's kind of in a scramble to figure out how we're going to serve all these communities where connectivity has now become even more paramount than it has in the past. Also, there are some public-private partnerships that we're seeing across the U.S. to bring cellular and other coverage to these underserved areas. I spoke with a firm recently that works with municipalities to help monetize their assets, their light poles and other infrastructure assets, so that they can afford to build out networks in rural areas. So you are starting to see this, you know, they're taking advantage of government funds, but they're also taking advantage of the fact that they can get rents from carriers. And then you're also starting to see a lot more private funding of in-building solutions. And like I said earlier, property owners and property management firms are becoming increasingly aware of the fact that they need to serve these in-building spaces with connectivity. It's not just for the people, it's for machine to machine and other purposes, but they're becoming increasingly aware that they've got to serve the people, they've got to have that quality of experience. So they're, you know, again, it's not uniform across the US or uniform across investment firms, but you are seeing this move towards, we're going to have to pay for this, and there is private money going into lighting up in-building spaces. So the question becomes then, you know, how is that money going into these spaces? You know, what are the business models around deploying this connectivity in buildings? So just wanted to take a little bit of a deeper dive into that topic, because I know there's an interest around business models and, you know, how we're going to get this paid for, because, you know, the percentage of buildings that have in-building coverage in the United States that's, you know, actually that have in-building systems in the United States is actually very low. You see lots of the big venues, of course, are covered, large buildings in big cities, but when you start to look at the quality of experience across the US in buildings, it becomes clear that there needs to be far more build out, and the money's got to come from somewhere. So the marketplace has really exploded with different business models over the past few years for how to get in-building systems in place. This is kind of a broad brushstroke grouping them together into different categories. The first one, of course, is carrier funded. The carriers are still spending to a certain extent on in-building systems. They still have their target properties that they're wanting to be in. They are still funding radio sources for in-building systems, but it is not like it was in the heyday several years ago by a long shot. But they are funding systems. They are still funding systems, and they've broadened their over the past few years. They've really broadened their capability of installing those systems by moving to things like by moving away from traditional DAS in a lot of cases, going with small cell and other solutions. So they've really expanded their technology offerings in order to cover more buildings at a lower price point. The other option is a third-party operator or a neutral host operator. There's always been a tension between the carriers and the third-party operators, because the third-party operators, of course, make some of their revenue off of getting rents from the carriers to be on their systems. The carriers, are often averse to paying those rents, so there's a bit of tension there. But the types of deals that are being done, the creativity that's coming out of the third-party operators is allowing them to be much more competitive in the marketplace. And you're seeing a bit of a resurgence of third-party operators, and I think a less of a tension between the carriers and third-party operators. The carriers, I think, are coming to the conclusion that they need the help of a lot of people in the marketplace in order to get in-building connectivity across the U.S. And so those third-party operators are seeing some increased success recently. More recent development has been cellular as a service. So in this case, an operator would come in, install a system in a building, a cellular system in a building, and it might also include Wi-Fi and other technologies. But they install the infrastructure in the building, and then they charge the building a monthly recurring fee to provide that service. And there are companies out there that provide this. I used to work with one that guaranteed upgrades over 5 years, because everybody wants to make sure they're not locked into a legacy system that's not going to that's not 5G ready, or not or is not up to the latest standards. So it takes the CapEx portion of the spend out of the picture and makes it into an OpEx, which is attractive for some investors. And then there's enterprise funded systems. And again, you're seeing more of these. And there are some investors that, do this, that fund systems themselves because they have capital to deploy and they need, they want to own the system. In other cases, it's just it's a necessity because the carriers aren't going to fund it. It's not a large enough building for a third party operator to make money off of. Maybe cellular as a service is, maybe the financials don't work out there. So in some ways seems like a last resort. You want to go through all your other options before you get to funding the system yourself. But we are seeing more of these systems, as the need for connectivity rises to the forefront, as businesses start deploying more and more sensors and access control systems and upgraded building automation systems and all of these things that need high quality connectivity. They are starting to then fund the base infrastructure themselves. So, and I just mentioned there that all of you're seeing the increased need for connectivity, the ways we're trying to get this connectivity into buildings, what the broad stroke business models look like. And that's really about bringing this quality of experience to properties. And it's becoming increasingly important because of all these different technologies that are being, that you're seeing an uptick in being deployed. And COVID-19 right now is driving some of this, unfortunately. But you're seeing an increasing number of connected devices. There's a lot of interest in deploying technologies that reduce your carbon footprint, that make your operational networks more efficient, that make the operation of a property in general more efficient. So you're seeing a lot more. You're having to connect far more devices within a building, which is driving this need again to bring all this connectivity into a building. And it's really the number of sensors being deployed right now is just the uptick is really unprecedented. And that's a lot, again, being driven by this quality of experience in a building and being able to optimize that tenant experience. And there's which is then of course driven by this competition for tenants in the marketplace. And I think in my opinion, you're going to see this increase as people start moving back into office buildings and really looking at, what's the quality of experience in the building? Am I going to feel, they want to feel safe coming back into buildings, but they also want to make sure that, everybody's gotten used to, has gotten used to having this connectivity in their house and, having this great quality of experience. And now that's going to have to be replicated, in commercial office buildings and other, commercial spaces. So everybody's gotten, with this remote experience, everybody's gotten used to being connected. So I think that really you're going to see an uptick, a further uptick in improving tenant experience going forward. And I keep talking about the number of sensors and, different devices that have to be connected to these networks that we're building. But because I'm an anthropologist, I don't know. But I do think it comes, back to people and improving the quality of experience for people in these spaces. And in commercial spaces, this focus on quality of experience for owners and managers in buildings is relatively new. Like I said before, in the past, it was mostly left to the tenants. But now we're seeing these owners and managers beginning to see how quality of experience affects the value of their properties. And, for better or for worse, we're a capitalist society. This really does come back to dollars and cents. And so you're seeing this, there is this increased understanding that by improving tenant experience, you're serving your commercial needs, you're serving your business needs by, being able to attract and maintain tenants to possibly increase rents and thereby increase the value of your building. And that's in the commercial spaces. In the residential spaces, there's a longer history, especially in urban and dense suburban areas, of providing quality of experience in building for tenants and residents, because there was because in those instances, tenants were much more likely to hold the owner of the property accountable for that quality of experience. So they're much more likely to walk into a space, not be able to use their cell phone, and go elsewhere, and assume that that is a problem with the property. And so in order to attract tenants, and they have to do it on a much more regular basis, commercial property. So in order to attract and maintain tenants, there is a greater history of providing, good activity in residential properties in the U.S. In general, I would say, to bring this into a slightly bigger picture, because I keep talking about connectivity, but there's a trend towards, deploying these devices, trends towards smart buildings across the U.S. Again, not unified. It's happening. You're seeing it driven in certain markets: New York City, Chicago, Northern California, Silicon Valley. A lot of a lot more private enterprise being interested in driving towards smart buildings. There are new guidelines from private industry groups like TIA that are driving this understanding. Okay, sorry, I thought I was having a technical difficulty, but I'm okay. Driving towards smart buildings and a lot better understanding of how smart buildings help drive the value of the building. So, but I talked to a lot of people over the past several years about smart buildings. And they want smarter buildings, and they want 5G, and they want sensors, and they want to improve the efficiency of the property. But it all comes back to having that baseline connectivity in order to enable all of this fabulous technology. And a lot of this smart building technology again goes back to quality of experience for some of it is for improving operations of the property, making it more efficient. But a lot of this goes back to tenant experience. A lot of this goes back to, making people comfortable in the property, making them people want to be in a property that's sustainable. They want to be in a property where they have some control over their environment. They want to be in a property that has a good environment, that has and a lot of that is driven by driven by these standards around smart buildings. So how does all this play out in the real world? That's kind of my overview. That's what's going on in the U.S. Per my experience, we're seeing a little bit of a change in smart buildings in the U.S. and in connectivity in the U.S. Inside of buildings. So over the past 2 years, I've worked with owners and managers, helping them manage their portfolios and advising them on how to deploy technologies to make their buildings smarter. I've also worked with major technology firms and some smaller technology firms that are really driving innovation in the marketplace. And I've been given insight both into the needs of commercial real estate, but also the drivers behind what technologies are being developed. So commercial real estate in the U.S. is not monolithic. Not all companies are in the same place. For example, a really good example of it's not one of the largest investors, but it's a very innovative investor, Rudin Management in New York City. They have invested heavily in technology over the past several years, even spinning off companies that provide technology, smart building technologies to commercial properties, firms like Prescriptive Data. So there are real estate investment firms in the US that are really understanding the value of connectivity, really wanting to invest in technology, and really wanting to bring smart buildings, to the forefront. You're also seeing firms like CBRE, where I used to work, world's largest commercial real estate services firm, and JLL, Jones Lang LaSalle, Cushman and Wakefield, also making a lot of investment in technology, trying to help their clients bring connectivity and technology to their properties. There's I'm thinking of JLL has a division called Spark that has been rather acquisitive in terms of technology, acquiring several firms and bringing that under the umbrella of JLL in order to better serve their clients when it comes to connectivity and smart building technology. The larger players and the players in larger and more tech-focused markets are really setting the example here. So like Rudin Management in New York City, it's a tech-focused environment. They're really starting to, help move the needle and set the example, being the lighthouse for other firms. But still a lot of education that needs to go on. And this is part of what I spent the past 2 years and change doing, was talking to technology firms and commercial real estate firms and translating between the two of them. We can sit here and talk a lot about the need for connectivity in buildings and the need for smart buildings and how this is driving innovation, but until commercial real estate really understands the value of what we're proposing, it makes it very difficult to get these things out in the marketplace when there is so much private investment that needs to happen. Because again, the FCC doesn't regulate in-building coverage. It's not like they're mandating that you have to have in-building coverage across the U.S. Again, it's all this private money that has to go into it. So until we can educate, commercial real estate adequately on the need for the investment, it's going to happen and it's going to continue to happen in fits and starts with the spread of in-building connectivity. So we have all this fabulous technology, and it's changing every day. But if you try to talk to somebody in commercial real estate about that, they kind of glaze over. Have had some experiences. I haven't put anybody to sleep yet, but really there needs to be a lot more education, and that education needs to start. We spoke a lot with asset managers and getting asset managers to the people that are in charge of. So the asset managers are in charge of maintaining and increasing the value of a property. So we spent a lot of time explaining to them how technology, in-building connectivity, smart building technology can help them maintain and increase the value of their property. But it also needs to be education. There also needs to be education of the people that are actually running those properties on a day-to-day basis. We need buy-in from them in order to have them make the most of the technology that we're trying to deploy. So if you can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars upgrading a facility, getting the connectivity in place, but if your facilities manager doesn't understand the value of it and isn't really engaged in deploying that technology, you can run into a lot of problems. So there needs to be this education from from the top down about the value of connectivity and smart buildings. And there are a lot. I put up this slide because it shows kind of all of the different things that go into a smart build that can go into the idea of a smart building. One of the things that I think that needs to be impressed upon people, and one of the ways I think we can get to more in-building connectivity in the U.S. and more investment in it is an understanding that it's just layer one. You need that connectivity in order to deploy all these other services. There's a lot of point solutions out there. You see a lot of investment firms go out and say, well, I need a DAS system, or I need Wi-Fi, or I need access control. I need to upgrade my access controls. But if you start looking at all of these things as a smart building, as smart building technology, as this integrated service, I think that then, that desire to invest in building connectivity increases because they see what it enables. So we need to, a lot of what we tried to do over the past several years is really communicate in real estate terms what the value of smart building technology was, but really make it in their language. This is how it's going to increase the value of your building. You need the connectivity so you can do all these other things, and here's how it's going to benefit you. Here's the value. Here's what it's going to do for your people. Here's how it's going to help you attract tenants. Here's how it's going to help you retain tenants. Here's how it's going to make those people happy. Again, there's a new sense of urgency around this because of COVID-19. And I think it has the potential to change the game. That possibly there's a technology, an evolution, the technology ecosystem that's unfolding, where private enterprise is going to play a much larger role in the creation and adoption of technology across the U.S. Hopefully it makes it so technology firms are working less in a vacuum because they're working more closely with commercial real estate, private investors, private enterprise, really listening to their needs because it is such an urgent situation.
I think she's lost connection.
I think so.
Maybe we give her a minute. Okay. I don't think we have any way to reach her.
Is there WhatsApp connection or something that we can call her?
No, she was a speaker that was changed at the last minute. So.
Then we can wait for 1 or 2 minutes, and if she doesn't join, then I think we can proceed with the session.
She should have been anyway by now. I think finished.
Almost over, I think.
Yeah. But it's obvious that the problems that they have faced are similar to the problems we are facing. How to commercially exploit a solution is available, how to get people engaged, same kind of problems and same kind of solution perhaps in both places. So I think that is some serious problem. It wasn't just a moment. So let me now move on, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Ashik is next.
Yes. So I would now like to request Mr. Asid Kadian to make the presentation. Asid belongs to the Indian Telecom Service in the Department of Telecom. He has an experience of more than 23 years in this sector. For the last 1 year that he has been associated with TRAI, and he's been working on this question of mobile and fixed line networks and how to improve indoor connectivity. I mean, this is a specific question. He's been in TRAI for more than 4 years. He's also he's dealt with important issues at TRAI like net neutrality and such other things, including a very major revision of the quality of service norms for assessing drop call. Before joining TRAI, he was involved with Training Center at DOT and was responsible for providing trainings in advanced wireless technology areas. He's played a role in defining standards, specifications in mobile communication at national and international levels. He's a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communications and also a Master's of Technology. He's actually, as a person, I found him to be an extremely thoughtful person, very thorough in investigating any question, all angles. And he has looked at the problem of in-building QoS and together with our regional offices, there was a study done on how what the actual experience is and what the source of problems are. So I would invite Mr. Kadian to present those case studies and the findings that we have. He's a very engaging presenter also, so I'm sure all of you will enjoy what he has to say. Over to you, Asit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for introducing and kind words. Sir, should I share my screen?
Yes, please do that.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, today's event started with the inaugural session, and just after that, discussion started with the provisions in the National Building Code and building bylaws. And Secretary, Ministry of Home and Urban Affairs mentioned that if something more is required to be done, he is willing to support us and include something is required as a part of the reform agenda. Then, sir, during discussion of that first session, Secretary pointed out that we should look beyond the National Building Code and see what are the operational arrangements, what are the mechanisms to get it delivered. And sir, Chairman mentioned in his opening remarks that shortly we will be publishing a monograph where these findings will be mentioned. So I will be presenting findings, but that will be refined and improved on the basis of the inputs and the learnings of today's discussion, sir. Sir, we have conducted case studies in apartment buildings, and those apartments were spread across the country, right from Bangalore to Bhopal, Hyderabad, Jaipur, Calcutta, Delhi, Gurgaon, etc. And number of buildings were selected to understand the issue of in-building in various scenarios. And other than this, the residential apartments, there were more studies which were conducted during this period or before this. Those were related to the metros or Vidhan Soda buildings or software technology parks, airport areas, police headquarters, and uh, in the future. Sir, especially when we selected these buildings, the main difference was that even if builder has allowed or RWA has allowed to enter in, and some infrastructure, telecom infrastructure has been put in, whether the quality of service is excellent or no, even with the compliance to the National Building Code, quality of service may be poor or average, or it will solve the problem. So one way may be that National Building Code provisions are already there. We should follow up all the states to get it incorporated in the building bylaws and enforce those requirements. But we need to understand that whether the current provisions are good enough and they will deliver or meet the expectations of the end user. So we have focused on the second or a third stage. Means telcos or infrastructure providers have entered into the building. They have established some infrastructure. Even then, what are the issues and what is required to be done? And if that is not done, we will not be able to meet the expectations of the end users. So first set of observation. Telcos can quickly satisfied when they put the infrastructure. They claim that is there in the society. So first level of discussion in any case mentions that yes, it is covered, and most of the apartments have been covered. And if you ask the questions, why not every apartment, or whether the every room of the apartment has been covered, so argument will start that it is a wireless environment and nothing can be guaranteed. And if you go into the detail and suggest that there are technical possibilities that can give you that perfect coverage, then next level of argument is that it is costly solution and it doesn't fit in the residential context. It may be good for commercial or enterprises buildings, but not good for residential apartments. Then who decides that what is costly and what is not costly? Whether the end users decides that cost, and if they are ready to bear that cost, why that solution should not be available? So what is required is that the assumptions are required to be tested. Who makes the assumption, who takes the decision, and whether the decisions are best one or there are possibilities of engagement and business models which can help to get the better decision. Next observation was that even if it is good for one service provider, it is not good for all the service providers. So one service provider has solved the problem. They have installed number of antennas and good telecom infrastructure. So they might have done good work, but that work is not providing services of all the service providers. So if you see that in apartments, so if you measure at the ground level measurements cannot predict the quality of service on every floor. So some floor may be good, some floor may be bad, and it is not sure which floor will be good. It is not linear. That quality gets degraded from bottom to up or up to bottom. It depends upon the context and the clutter that what it would be. So it is difficult to predict with the ground level measurements what is to be done. So what one would suggest is that go and test on each floor. So we have done in all the case studies we have done. We have gone on every floor. We have tested every quality of service at every floor. But then we found that even after testing at every floor, it is not sure that quality of service is good inside the apartment if it is good at the entry point. So what are the key outcomes? That if we define, have a predefined general requirements as in the National Building Code, but just complying to that general requirement may not be good enough to ensure a good quality network. And somebody has to evaluate at the design level and evaluate after the deployment of the network that it will deliver what it was designed for. And for designing a good network, you need a coverage and you need a capacity and a quality of service. And this requirement is not general requirement. This is a project specific requirement. As Eric mentioned in the last session, that one size does not fit for all. And the same thing was mentioned by Umang and others, even the telcos, that there is a, we need to classify the buildings. And solutions for every class may be different. So how a general requirement can ensure that it will be a good quality network. And Umang mentioned that MIMOs and new technologies can provide you a good quality of service with the same location of the antenna, and they can steer the beam and have a good coverage. So it means that even if one knows the placement of the antennas, that is not good enough to estimate the quality of service, because that will depend upon the technology deployed by the telcos or the infrastructure providers. So it is technical, and even individual cannot estimate just by inspection. So there may be a requirement to have a tools which simulate, which predicts, and while evaluating this, you need digitized inputs. So CAD files of the buildings or this building information models, BIMs, which are required to be exchanged between the real estate developers and the designers or the developers of telecom ICT solution. And what are those standards and how those can be made available when they are designing the solution. So project specific requirements are required to be prepared, and those are to be evaluated by the experts. That is operational arrangement, which is required to be incorporated and to be established. So second set of observation is that we found that in one of the society, which is a high-end society, it costs more than 20 crores per apartment. And if we when we compared that what builder has done to enable the telecom ICT requirement, it was properly wired as per the National Building Code. Means all the pathways, enclosures, housing units, wirings were there, and two antennas were installed on every floor, and those antennas were put just in front of the gate in the shaft area, just at the entry level. So what more can be done? The antennas are available at the doorstep, but coverage was not good inside the apartment. And if we compare as far as capex and opex is concerned, they have paid huge amount when they purchased these apartments, and their monthly charges, maintenance charges for getting a good building services, they are paying highly. So cost does not seem to be the issue with them. And somebody has made efforts that solution was designed and implemented, but it has not delivered what it was expected from this solution. So how to ensure? Means people are investing, people are making efforts, even then they are struggling that good quality of service. This 26 towers apartment society and 43 outdoor small cells were deployed. Means almost 2 antennas or 2 small cells per tower. What more is required to be done? But solution was not perfect because there was no coverage in the basement. And as chairman mentioned in the opening remarks, that we should not think just from the perspective of voice and data. We need to think about the IoT. And if you see that in last 1 year, there are a number of vehicles, cars or SUVs who are equipped with smart features. And all those features for which one individual is paying are dependent upon the internet connectivity. And all these cars are parked inside the basement. So if we are not having good coverage in the basement area, it is not solving the problem for all the problems. And even the drivers to whom tenants wants to get connected, there is no good connectivity to driver's room. So every time they need to connect to the driver, they need to go and search. They cannot call on the phone. And even the maintenance personnel of DLF society, we found that their maintenance personnel were not having connectivity because their staff was sitting in the basement area. So for having a good quality of service of building services and poor quality of service in the basement area, even the society was suffering. And society has designed this network, has helped to design that network. So what is required to be done? Then, as we have mentioned, as we can see that there is some requirement in some of the society that one fiber was rolled out to each apartment. Who took the decision that one fiber is good enough? As IMDA mentioned in its presentation, that they have made provision for 4 fibers. So whether the one fiber is good enough or 4 fibers are good enough, who should take a call? And if somebody struggles at the later stage, how he will get that more than one fiber should be there? So whenever we are designing the capacity of the network, whether end users or the tenants are in the loop, at least if they are not competent enough to design the network, but they may give a useful input, which should be considered when designing the network. So this is the example in the right side where an antenna was installed and it was radiating, and there was no good coverage inside the apartment. So even rooftop towers are there. Tower is not able to cover entire height of the tower. So this slide presents what chairman mentioned in the opening remarks, that whether the halogen lamp can light up the apartment and we can get a good illumination inside the apartment. So if there is a good coverage on the streets, and we assess on the basis of that good illumination on the street and try to assess what is the good illumination inside the apartments, whether that is possible or not. So if I extend that analogy of illumination, that if we try to illuminate from outside, and if you want to sleep, whether you can switch off the light or not. So in current arrangement of the electricity, you can switch off. So even the EMF radiation, what is the apprehension raised by tenants. So if there is an in-building solution and tenants are able to switch it off as per their will, they can get rid of the this radiation. So if
Asit, we have lost your slide. Can you again share that?
Okay, sir. Just a moment. My screen is visible, sir?
Abhi nahi
No,
speak.
no.
Let me check, sir. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, it is okay.
Now visible.
Sir, this slide shows that if we are measuring illumination at the roads, whether the illumination level inside the apartment can be estimated or can be ensured that if it is good at the street level, it will be good in the apartments. No. And if good illumination is to be required, then and the height of the building is much higher than the height of the pole. So ground-based towers are small and buildings are too high. In-building solutions are very much required. And if we try to give coverage from the outside coverage, it is difficult to contain all that radiation within the limit what we try to plan for. So what I wanted to mention is that means if this in-building wiring is done and a tenant is empowered to switch it off the antennas and they can get rid of the radiation within their apartment. If they don't want coverage, they can get rid of this. Then apprehensions of EMF can also be managed. If you wish, you switch it on. If you don't wish, you switch it off. So what is good coverage? So good coverage, wiring and putting the bulbs or putting the illumination points, number of network elements inside the apartment, then only you will get a good uniform coverage. So to have a good uniform coverage, we need more number of points to be present inside the apartment, not just at the entry level. Just at the entry level, it looks like that we have given a supply point of the electricity at the MCB and wiring was not done inside the apartment, and all finishing work has been done, all interior decoration has been done. Then a tenant is trying to discover how to illuminate its apartment, which is difficult afterwards. So this antennas are required inside the apartment. So it is based on the tools, this result, and you will find that even if some antennas are put on the floor, there is a lot of red area. Means every balcony and every part of the apartment is not good. If you have put more number of antennas, situation improves. Red is low, green is more. When you put sufficient number of antennas in every apartment, then you get a good quality signal in every part of the antenna. So how many antennas should be put? Who should be at the cost? Who should evaluate that this is a good design and it will deliver what is required? So what is the outcome? That we need presence of more number of network elements inside the apartment, and probably it may be required in every room. And viability of such solutions, because it may be a cost intensive. So we need to discuss or try to explore the alternative business models. What Chris has mentioned in its presentation, that what may be the business models, who can fund it, and we need to be more proactive than reactive. Means once everything is done, if we try to solve the problems afterwards, then it is difficult. If we try to plan right from the beginning, then it is good. So we need to reimagine. There are current business models and the engagement models, and there are the possible business models and the engagement models. What may be those models? How the end users may be empowered to influence the decision and protect its interests. So if they are willing to pay, it should lead to the good outcome. So next set of observation is that we have found that.
Again, the slide is not visible.
Okay, sir.
There is some.
Just a moment, sir. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's okay. Yes.
Yes, sir. So, sir, what we have observed that even when good infrastructure was installed inside the society, and now term of infrastructure provider has expired, and it is not getting renewed. So negotiations are taking place, and it is not getting renewed. So no upgradation is happening, no capacity expansion is happening, and no good maintenance is being done. Just to survive they are doing, and the minimal staff is there, their turnaround time is low. So initially network was good, subsequently it turned up bad, and in some of the cases telecom infrastructure provider has turned up in financially bad shape. So if that is that infrastructure provider has bankrupted, what is required to be done? Who owns that infra? So if that company owns the infra, who can utilize the capabilities earlier developed to provide a good coverage? So whether if that will not be settled, we cannot improve the quality. So that is a big issue, that who owns that infra. So initially, if everything is good and subsequently something goes bad, how to deal with the situation. So ownership in the hands of a company should not be a determinant of the QoS for the future times. There should be a mechanism that if something goes bad, things may be changed, and again, a good quality network should continue. Next set of observation is, in some of the cases, IWAs are not functional. No decision is taken to allow to put the infra. So whatever is done. But now 4G is coming up, 5G is coming up, and more capacity is required because due to COVID-19 situation, demand has increased. Now expansion is required. Who has to take the call for expansion? RWA is not functional. And RWA, earlier RWA got it installed, the new RWA has asked to remove the infrastructure. Next is RWA is demanding charges for putting a infrastructure which are too high. So, means what should be the mechanism? The mechanism need to evolve that representatives of the residents or the tenants should take care of their telecom or ICT requirement. If they are not taking care of, they should be held responsible, or again there should be some change that that adjustment or that change solves the issue. The next set of observation is that means we used to compare telecom with the utilities, that we should compare with the electricity or a water pipeline, gas pipeline. But there is a big difference. In case of telecom, it is a multi-service provider environment, which may not be the case in case of gas pipeline or a water pipeline. Sorry. So if even in case of water pipeline, once it is implemented, it holds good for decades. But that is not true in case of telecom. You need to update, you need to upgrade. So initially investment was made, then subsequently upgradation is not being done. Who should take the call of upgradation? Who should bear the cost of upgradation? And how the again design should be evaluated, and deployed network should be evaluated that it is a good quality network and meets the requirement. And the most important point, that National Building Code might require to classify the buildings. There is no classification of the buildings, and the same requirements may not be good for all types of buildings or all types of areas. So a lot of work is required to be done as far as this classification is to be done. So what is important, that if we want to deal with the issues, then domain experts, involvement of domain experts is very much required. And we need to use professional tools to evaluate the design and delivery. In NBC, there is a provision that authority may be defined for part of the code to be get administered. So it is not that every part of the code will be administered by the same authority. One part may be administered by any particular authority. So if telecom ICT, in case of telecom ICT requirements, if we define that authority who is available in that particular area, who has a domain expertise, who knows the knowledge of, who has the knowledge of band specific requirements or radio specific propagation models or user specific requirements on the demand side, and then they can evaluate. So we feel that DOT may take lead to fill that gap. Sir, last point of this slide is that one approach may be that to expand the requirements in the NBC chapter. But change in the NBC, change process in the NBC is very slow. It takes years. So if you see that hardly 2 or 3 revisions have been done so far in last number of decades in the NBC. So civil engineering and electrical engineering requirements have matured over the century, that what they need, what they require. So they are very detailed. But in case of telecom, if we compare with the Singapore and others, that if that document is separate and that document is published by telecom specific authorities, but that is linked to this NBC, so it gets the force of law, and then it is administered by the authorities who are experts in this area, then probably it may be more useful to get it implemented and ensure the good quality network. So one of the important requirement is that when building evolves, right from the conception stage to the procurement stage, construction stage, and upgradation stage. So where telco should enter, at which point infrastructure provider should enter, at which point tenants or the prospective buyers of the apartment should be looped in. So how we can take care and how we can function in a more collaborative manner in this complete life cycle. So as the Secretary mentioned that it is a life cycle which is important, and the life cycle of that may be to 50 years. But telco infrastructure becomes obsolete in 5 years. So now passive infrastructure, people are talking of about active infrastructure, and they have that good solution can be provided if the earlier infrastructure is replaced by the latest infrastructure. So key objective means of overall this exercise should be that we need to build a good quality network. How to ensure who will build, that is important, but we need to have good quality network. Second, it should be available at right time. Means good quality network may be there, but it comes very late. Last is that there are societies where good telecom network exists, but it has been monopolized, and some are extracting money out of it. So ultimately, end users are paying for that, and they cannot buy the service at a competitive price. So just those studies are over. Just I have 3-4 slides to cover the other things which are also helpful. In Connaught Place area, we studied that it is just a 2-story building. It is not a multi-story building. And there is a good coverage in the open colonnade area, in the corridor area. And once you enter in any shop, you go to the Starbucks or you go to Apple showroom or any showroom. Once you reach to that counter where you have to make the payment, signal vanishes. So it is just a story of 20 to 30 meters, just 10 meter deep you are there. It was there, signal was there outside, but it is not inside. So how to build that 10 meter or 20 meter length? And if you see, Connaught Place has the highest rental in the world, $150 per square feet. They are paying huge price as a rent of the shop. So what is required to build that extra network? Probably that will not bring the lot of traffic. But what is required is a support, is required is a collaboration. Sir, just I will quickly cover the earlier we have done a study on the airport, and that report was published and that is available in the public domain, and that was sent to the DOT, and DOT has made lot of efforts to improve the quality of service in Delhi. A lot of cell on wheels were deployed, and they reviewed the situation with GMR, and some permissions have been granted. So we wanted to say from this slide is that GMR is charging huge price from the telcos to enter inside the building. But GMR is the beneficiary. If they want to have a personified service, they need 5G. And they need 5G which is not proprietary, which is available at the economy of scale. So they should participate in this economy, and it should not be that they are renting out. Similarly, we have tested Airport Express line, and the Express line, which was implemented in 2011 and after availability of 4G, and then 4G infrastructure was not considered when designing this network. So even at the time of the deployment of the network, the latest things which are coming up and which are likely to come up were not taken care of. Similarly, we have done another study on a Kalka-Shimla railway line. It is a heritage line. So it is a narrow gauge. It is a world heritage, and it has hundreds of tunnels and bridges and curves and tracks. So traffic is not too much, but it may be important for railways to have a good quality of service. So if railways are charging and it is not viable for the telcos to put the infrastructure, it is likely that people will not deploy the infrastructure. So what is required is a collaboration, because it is beneficial, mutually beneficial. And this is the screenshot we have taken, that there is a rail wire, and rail wire is in this Kalka-Shimla railway line, that you can access a fast free rail wire Wi-Fi here. And just we have measured, it was just giving only 0.18 Mbps. So they are putting their own infrastructure. They are trying to create their own networks. And telcos are trying to create their own networks. And nobody is able to give the good quality of service. So there is a point to come together and share the cost and achieve the objective. So the key outcomes of these other studies was that enterprises need to act as a facilitator to provide good quality of service. Collaborative efforts are required, and a theme should be co-designing and co-creation of the network. So it should not be a rent seeking. It should be the enterprises, the institutions should facilitate what we can do, how we can improve. And telcos should participate in that designing part. Then only we can achieve a good quality of service. Thank you, sir. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Asit, for sharing these case studies and the interesting conclusions that you drawn. It was disappointing that Ms. Kimbrough should lose her connectivity towards the end of her presentation, but she's back with us now, and therefore you can put your questions to her and to Asit now. The floor is open for questions, and if anybody would like to ask questions, please raise your hand. Or you could type out your question also. Yes. So the first question is being asked by, I don't know, Miss or Ina Bisht.
Yeah, hi sir, good evening. So this is Meena
Yeah.
from Industar. So my question is,
Yes.
yeah. So this question is there any law in Singapore where, Singapore or US, where the deployment of telecom infrastructure on the government land, it's mandatory, that the government land will be given free of charge, or the space, for deployment of the telecom infrastructure is given free of cost, sir?
Where? Where did you say? Singapore.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Chris can answer that question. Or Harin is also here. Maybe he can answer. But I cannot
Can you hear
hand
me?
the microphone. Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you, Chris.
He is asking the floor,
Okay,
so you
good.
can give the floor to him. Mr. Haran Garwal is asking for the floor, so you can
No,
give floor to
I
him.
can't give phone to two persons
No,
simultaneously.
no. You can drop Meena. She can again raise the hand. You can give the floor to Haran.
I'm sorry, could somebody repeat the question?
Since I have the floor, maybe I rephrase the question. The question was, is there a law in Singapore, the US, or elsewhere where telcos are given free, or rather access to free land, state land, for instance, government land, for the deployment of telco infrastructure? Let me answer for Singapore, and then maybe someone else can guess another jurisdiction. In Singapore, we have a category of telco licensees called PTLs. PTLs stands for Public Telecom Licensees. And this designation is given to operators who have a universal service obligation. So any operator who has a universal service obligation, so which actually goes for phone lines, direct exchange lines, and fiber. The fiber operator has access to state land. The mobile operators are not designated as PTLs. They don't have universal service obligation, and they don't have the privilege of getting free access to state land. So yes, there is a category of telecom licensees, PTLs, who have been given access. They can lay their utilities at state land, and they also get to, if the state has asked them to move them, if the state wants them to move out, the state has to pay for the motion. That's the specific.
Okay. Thank you. Chris, would you like to add something to that?
No, it's not something I can speak to.
All right. So we have another question from Mr. Vikram Tevatia.
Hi, am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up to Meena's question, here's a suggestion to the TREI and MOUD. At least for all government buildings, existing and new buildings, can there be a recommendation that it be provided, in-building access and installation be provided at no cost?
So I take that as a suggestion, which you said it is, rather than as a question which it is raised in the manner in which it is raised.
Yes.
So we note your suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or observations? Please raise your hand. No. So let me take the opportunity to thank both the speakers for their excellent presentations. Thank you very much, Chris, and sorry that we lost you towards the end of your presentation.
I apologize for that.
It happens, and we talked about it at the beginning itself, that there could be such disruptions at times. And thank you, Asit, also, Mr. Kadian, for your for the effort put into those studies, as well as for the presentation that you just made. We've had a long day, 8 hours of presentations. covering a variety of issues related to design and implementation of the networks, policy ideas, and ways of doing things in different countries. So I do not propose to take any more of your time to provide a summary and hold you back from whatever that is waiting for you this Friday evening. It's well past the usual business hours in India. However, for those of you who are disappointed by this decision, there would be a monograph published soon, a comprehensive monograph integrating the key learnings from the deliberations today. And I hope all of you would find that interesting. Thank you very much to all the speakers in this session and all the previous sessions, and thank you for the speakers who stayed behind actually to again, like Mr. Grewal did, to answer questions that have come in subsequent sessions. So thanks a lot to all of you. If Mr. Pradeep Rao would like to say something towards the end, may I request him?
Yeah, I think I quite agree with Sunil. It's been a long day, but I would feel that it's been an extremely interesting day. Ending on an appropriately somber note with Asit Kadian's presentation of and what Vikram Tivotia and his colleagues had mentioned in the morning, that is the gap between expectations and realities. It's been an extremely interesting day, and the presentation made by Chris, whom we lost towards the the connection was lost towards the end. Some of the points which she made, including on the digital divide which exists in the United States, the impact of COVID and the demands which are now raised for better connectivity, and the importance of having a business model. Ultimately that the question is who puts up the money, and the guy who puts up the money should see value in it. Otherwise, many of these things will remain on the drawing board. So I think it's been very good, and we are very glad that Secretary Urban Affairs and Housing, I think that is the new name of the Ministry of Urban Development. We are hopeful that he will take the lead in pushing ahead with this particular subject, because I think in TRAI over the last 2 years, as evidenced by the number of studies which Asit also has done along with his colleagues, this is a topic which is close to our hearts, and we hope that something will actually move forward. And I believe that we have given a certain impetus to this topic. So I think I should thank, and I would like to thank Sunil Bajpai and his team, along with our friends from AirMeet who have made this possible. A lot of planning, and I think the choice of subjects has been excellent. And I would like to thank on behalf of Chairman Trai and all of us here at TRAI, all our participants and our speakers who've may found it time to join us today. So thank you very much and have a good weekend. So I think we can sign off.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, and a good weekend to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.